Tuesday night.
It is Tuesday night.
And we have a huge game. And by the way, a game of a lot of veteran poker faces on this live stream, Vic. And, well, give us a rundown. What we got going on here?
Well, as you mentioned, we've got some of our Tuesday night regulars. We've got a couple of players that we haven't seen in a while. And Buddha's coming in to play Tuesday. Usually he plays Thursdays and Saturdays, but he's coming in. We've got a very old friend of ours, Derek, who's been around the poker world for quite some time.
D-Rock.
D-Rock, a most excellent dealer.
And new father, by the way.
And a brand new father.
Yes, got to give him a congrats
yep,
on that.
We'll be talking about that when he wins a hand. In seat 4, we've got Cam. Cam comes to us every once in a while. We're glad he's back. And Garrett hasn't been with us for a while, and we're so glad that he is back as well. He's in seat 3. We are waiting on a couple of players, but we'll get started anyway. We're 9-handed tonight. And as usual, the OG always has to work late, but he's always here at the same time just about each Tuesday. Mm-hmm. This is a 5-5-10 no-limit hold'em cash game here at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. And the buy-in is $1,000 to $2,000. You can see right at the get-go who's buying in for what. Buddha, Cam, Derek, Jake, OG, John, all in there for the 2K. Lumpy, longtime friend of the reserve here, $1,500. Big John Stud, and then Garrett in for $1,000. And this is the first hand of the night. We've got 5-5-10 kicking off, and so the action's on Buddha, and he's going to let go whatever that was. But Lumpy's coming in for 10 with the ace-9 offsuit.
Vic, this is why you are the victory cigar of the reserve poker room. He's got all the info, folks. He's the encyclopedia. I love it.
Three-handed now going to the flop.
And we got a 3-6 king, couple of hearts. Mid pair for Big John Stud. Now a 9 on the turn gives Lumpy control. It also hits Jake.
So Lumpy, flush draw with the 9 as well.
And a whiff.
And nothing there. But Lumpy bets 50, and I want to see what you got. Kind of call there from Jake early on. And Lumpy's going to take down the first hand of the night.
Yeah, 185 in there.
Lumpy's doing a shout-out tonight to his mother, Carol. Pretty sure Carol is watching.
So Mom Power is staying true 2 weeks in a row now, Vic.
Yes.
We had the mom's representation on here with everyone giving shout-outs last week. Got to feel the love.
Yeah.
You only got one mom. Tell your mom you love her.
Well, we've got Derek, who's she's a brand new mom, and I believe, wow, the baby's only, 2-3 weeks old. Derek and I are, and I'm sure you are, friends with him on Facebook, and some of the pictures he puts up, just a beautiful baby and an exciting time for that young couple.
Yeah, shout out to Derek and Mackenzie. Very happy for both of them.
You gotta be kidding.
I'm not used to seeing Derek, though. I mean, he goes by with his general poker community, especially with Wilt Dale, D-Rock.
Yeah.
And he always has the, D-Rock with the run good. So let's see if the run good goes good for D-Rock tonight. He's on the button.
Makes a pre-flop raise. Nobody calls, so he does take down a pot. As a win is a win. And we've got Buddha's dad checking in with us.
Yeah, Chris in here, too. Alec.
Free is here. Baloo.
Hollywood.
Chris Roberg.
Oh,
Good
Hollywood's
evening.
with OP.
Yep.
Wait, we get the honor of having the OP watch the live stream?
Yes.
I should have worn a tie. Oh, man, OP, thank you for tuning in. One of the legends on Thursday, living legend, OP from Trenton, Michigan.
Jay, quit hashtag JFC.
Just for Cleveland. No.
Jake looking down at the shimmy, Vic, 10-8 offsuit, but lets it go. On the button. Buddha with aces. Looks like it's time to look down. And Lumpy with Jack 10, blind first blind. We might.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Let's see.
This is danger.
Here comes the flop. All diamonds, Dom.
Yeah, he's. No? Okay.
And if he was waiting for Lumpy to catch up, he did just barely catch up with a jack. That's no help to Lumpy. And they're just going to check it down.
You can't bluff one time. What are you eating, chicken?
It wasn't max value. He probably could have gotten maybe 10 more bucks on the river, but, you know. You got probably about as much as you could out of that situation. Everyone folding around with aces.
And if you're watching for the first time here, this is the reserve. This is our Tuesday night staple of a 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash game.
No, not at all.
And chip denominations. We don't have any white chips out there because this is a 5-5 game. The white chips are $1, but they aren't in play. We've got the red for 5, the green for 25, the black for 100, and then you'll see a what I call watermelon color, because I'm color challenged, is the 500. But the blue chips are dealer appreciation, and those are worth $1.
35 to that.
I like the watermelon.
You like that?
Yeah, no, I fully support you in that, and I have your back. Big John Stud's going to bump it up to 35 Vic with ace-7 offsuit, mixing it up. And it looks like we're going to get heads-up action. Garrett is, can I quote my partner, getting a little sticky here.
Yes.
With the 8-6 offsuit, but I like it. With a king-9 queen board. Little c-bet, playing his position.
Well, there's a number of reasons I like Derek's play. Plus, I always like to see Derek come in the door. He's such a nice guy. Appreciate having him around. He's a very experienced poker player, mostly cash. He will play tournaments here once in a while, and I'm sure he'll be playing in the Millie. And we'll be talking about that $1 million prize pool guarantee a few more times yet tonight. It's right around the corner. There was a Facebook post from the reserve today. Doors open in 48 hours, which means Thursday morning. But back to the action, and Jake has got ace-queen.
That's unbelievable. It's already here.
And now we've got an action pot coming up. We've got $200 plus 10 in the pot.
And six-handed.
Young
I like
Patrick in the box, and here comes six-handed. Here comes the flop.
9 diamonds right in the window, followed with a 3 and a 5. So a couple of clubs, and that really helps out Lumpy as he flops not just a flush draw, but a gut shot straight draw.
They're going to check this around to the turn.
Oh, and there it is. Lumpy. Hitting the straight. Actually, he had a double belly buster. I didn't even realize with the 8. I was looking at the 4, Vic.
And he bets out 80.
Garrett's coming along.
Big John, strongest hand pre-flop, gets out of the way. Buddha with...
Right now, Lumpy's doesn't know, but he's hoping for an 8 or a jack. Deuce of diamonds.
A cautious check there from Lumpy because that third diamond comes out, and he rolls over the straight, and Lumpy now takes down another pot. First pot, and here comes another one going his way.
We got Kiwi from New Zealand on our message board in the house. Kiwi, hope you're doing wonderful.
Didn't like the diamond.
And Kathleen pulling for Jake, saying he's got his bluffing shirt that she got him for Christmas. All right, so he's got a special shirt on tonight. He didn't mention that to me when I asked about the pregame shout-outs, and he did do. He has done a shout-out tonight for his wife, Lisa.
The Dukes are in the house, too. Assuming we'll be seeing both of that happily married couple in here playing for the 1 milli.
Yes.
Guarantee.
25. Raise 25.
5-5-10, and here comes a $25 raise from Big John Stud with King-Queen offsuit. Buddha gets out of the way, but Lumpy now is going to make the call in position with pocket 10s. And Derek coming along, he's got the 4 deuce.
You know, I've always wanted to watch the cards Derek plays, and now I'm getting the liberty to do so. I'm glad I see the 4 deuce right here. Bad flop for him, but Big John Stud picks up 3 of a kind with King-Queen.
I'll probably play like one.
Oh, and he fills up with...
Fills up,
Queen.
and unfortunately probably not going to get paid unless somebody gets a little froggy here. And an inviting bet here, $25. This is Tuesday night. This is a 5-hour live stream. We'll be going till 11:15 tonight. We don't do the no nit chip here on Tuesday nights, but on Thursday nights, that's when the other players get a chance to see what somebody else is playing at the time. If they win a hand with that no nit chip, they have to turn it over, but not tonight.
So far
You don't want to show, you don't have to show.
So far, Vic, I'm noticing at this table with the play, you're not seeing anyone really, though, driving the action, kind of firing off. All the players are kind of just playing their cards right now. Curious to see if someone gets up a little bit, if they kind of take the captain's chair,
Yeah.
as we say. Now, OG John obviously is a high-action player. He can definitely do that. A lot of times we've seen Chris Stovall, a.k.a. Rachel Lynn, on here make that role, even Shimmy at times.
Right.
Has taken that role. So it's kind of curious to see. Buddha's the type of player where, depend on his cards, but we've even seen him take on that role during the live stream. Not the whole 5-hour duration, but he goes on sprees for about 30, 35 minutes where puts it up. And look at here, we got a 9-king-5 board. Jake flopping the jack-high flush draw.
And a continuation bet from Cam, who started this with a pre-flop raise. Jake now coming along with that flush draw.
It looks like Tarantula Nick's asking if there's a seat open. I know we got the OG. Is there one more open?
So Ben, and we have confirmed that Ben is on his way.
Okay.
So we will be 9-handed here eventually here tonight. And we want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, Tuesday night, 5/5/10, and look at all the folks on the chat board. April rooting for Lumpy. Jennifer, glad to see Cam back. So are we.
Now it's, you see a pair of sixes, you're all in. And that's what happened to me. I'm all in and running aces.
What do you guys do? Wait.
Just like
Nick, do we need to put you on notice just in case we find out that a seat opens up? Is that something you'd like us to put the bat signal out for?
By the way, the one thing I miss about Cam, and I've always I've been through the poker community, I guess a poker buddy with Cam for years before even the reserve's been open. But he's always great to watch when he gets serious. Like if he's even up and he loses just $100 pot, it seems like he flips the switch and he gets his little game face on.
Yeah.
And I always like to see that intensity from Cam. He takes his game very seriously, and that's something that I always respect from a poker player.
For what we went through.
And just like a heavyweight bout, we're seeing folks just kind of playing a little cautious here, feeling each other out.
A lot of feelers right now.
And this Tuesday night does not disappoint for some big hands, big action. $1,000 to $2,000 buy-in.
That's fair.
who's counting? Who's counting?
Looks like Dr. Boring's in the house on the message board, too.
Fourth string offensive line.
Well, and he says the return of the king, talking about Jake the King of Cleveland. But I got to say, the last couple months, there's been a doctor trying to take that title away from Jake.
Yeah.
So he's been on a little tear as of late.
5 different quarterbacks. Raise 35.
Derek now with the nemesis in position, raising it up, back over to Buddha. $25 to call, and he is going to make the call, so we're going to go heads up here, Dom, against the nemesis.
And by the way, hoodies will be available this Thursday. And look at that, king right in the window, 9 and a deuce. I got to say, when we keep bringing up the nemesis hoodies, the nemesis hand seems to be winning a little bit more. So a little slight edge to Derek pre-flop before we saw the cards.
You got a king, but I got a kicker problem.
Yep, you got a kicker problem.
He's got 99 problems, but a kicker is one.
Hold is one of those.
An ace or a five? Ace? Yeah.
Kevin Wall in the house, about to go to the Toledo Rockets game. Thanks
So
for
those,
showing your support.
Yeah, those queens were not folded. That was actually a pre-flop raise and then no call. So he did take that pot down with the queens.
Ace six.
Call blind here. 25. Raise 25.
And in the blind,
I love it.
I love it.
It's good for the game. Just blind
What I
raise
love
25.
about Garrett.
AKA the Gus Hansen of the Toledo area.
Not a bad hand to make a blind raise with here, 10-9.
No. You hit both the, some low boards, some high boards. You're right in the middle. It's like a,
Raise more now.
is it Steve Miller Band stuck in the middle with you?
Yes. And the graphics get caught up here real quick, and we've got three-handed on this flop.
Oh, 6 king 7. So Lumpy hits top pair. Got a gut shot for Garrett. I mean, if you blind bet, you might as well see and go for the gutter. Ace of hearts on the turn.
Now, if Lumpy checks here, I was expecting, if Lumpy would have checked, I would expect Garrett to make a stab at this. But Lumpy does have the check mark now, and he is going to go ahead. Garrett's going to go ahead and make a bet. Let's see if it's big enough. 150 is the bet. No,
225.
225.
And I like this because it's going to make it's either I got a super strong hand or I have absolutely squadouche. Right now, Garrett has squadouche. But man, you don't want to be wrong on that pot size right there for 225. And Lumpy wasn't that much invested in the hand, so he lets it go. And Garrett 10
doing what
high.
Garrett does. I love it.
Taking it down.
Yep. Nice job, Garrett.
That's just no limit, baby.
Yep. So far, we've seen Lumpy take a couple pots down. Garrett just now taking a decent pot down. So, Doctor, to answer your question, it's early on. Nobody's really a clear winner, loser, or otherwise.
I think everyone that plays poker with a group of friends or in a league can appreciate what Garrett just did with the blind raise and making sure he takes it down with 10 high. Just throwing that out there for the love of the game. We've all been there before.
35. Raise 35.
Anyone have over 2K?
Big John Stud is going to bump it up to 35 with ace-6 offsuit right now.
A little bit over.
Buddha getting out of the way over the Garrett.
Oh, that's it.
Garrett hasn't been with us for a while, but he's back, and he's back to play. So he's in this with King 6 against Ace 6. Ace right in the window, Dom.
Yeah, ace 3-9, couple of diamonds. Third diamond on the turn with a 5. Let's give a flush draw to Garrett.
And as he reaches for chips, Garrett surrenders.
No need.
And Big John Stud doing a shout out to his wife, Jamie, and his 3-year-old boy, James. James, I know that you watch from time to time, rooting for Daddy here tonight in seat 8. So a big shout out to John's 3-year-old boy, James.
Is your ticket? You get the card?
Is James going to be the honorary
Good day for you. How much?
viewer captain of the night, like the VIP captain of the night?
I believe so. I don't
I-
think Derek's daughter can recognize her name yet.
No, she's
So
just a few months old. I told Derek's going to at least
Couple
wait till
weeks
she's
old,
what?
yeah.
Yeah, Derek's going to at least wait till she's 1.5 to teach her poker. So she's still got time. But D-Rock, I could see by the age of 3 she's fluent in Texas Hold'em. They'll just stick with the 2 card, keep it basic.
It's good.
My call.
look at that comment from Greg.
Is it like a 50-50?
Little poke out there to boring.
Oh man, yeah,
Don't
shots
you love it?
fired.
But look at this, 3-handed, ace-10 versus 5s versus jack-9 of clubs and a jack.
Yeah, that's an action flop most of the time when you see it in poker. 8-7, jack with a flush draw.
So they gotta draw your name.
But right now, Buddha's really the only one that hit it big. Top pair with the gut
Let's say
shot.
If you don't hit, then the money just keeps going up. That's the whole.
Yeah, Vic, what you say when you get in that jack 8-7, 10-9, 8 range? It seems like you can hit so many varieties of hands.
I've seen it like where you take 10
You know, that's a lot of times where you see, especially when you're playing tournament play, not only cash game, you'll get stacked tournament, you'll see eliminations. Normally when the flops are like that, especially multi-way.
That's why I didn't know how they would do it. I didn't know they were just doing rapid ticket.
They'll build a pot if you just do $10 at a time.
Well, they do because sometimes people don't get quads for the day, and then if it does get hit, a lot of times they'll do the whole 52 decks. Like that's the missing like there's 52.
Buddha looking down at the Doyle, says no.
Do it the normal.
The Joker.
Garrett now in the small blind, picking up ace 10. Yep. Someone's got to start taking the lead in this game. Derek lets go of the 7 deuce. They're not playing the game, so no need to try to win.
Yeah, we're playing cash return.
Good.
So we got nice guy Greg in the message board. I see Dr. Boring. I see Hollywood in here. Chris R. Always a pleasure. Hey guys, and if you're tuning in, please hit that thumbs up button. We're halfway to 50 already, and the live stream just started. So quicker we can get to 50, our goal is 100. Always helps us get some random traffic, new faces to the live stream. Once again, this is our 5-10 no limit game. Derek now looking down at ace 6 offsuit. He's going to come along. Jake. Jack 10. Yeah, he's going to say, hey, let's start playing a little bit. D-Rock with the run good makes the call. 85 in the middle, and there's an ace right in the window. Followed with the second ace and a 4. I love this check from D-Rock.
45.
I don't know who's supposed to be here besides Johnny.
Well, G will be here at 9 o'clock. I don't know who.
Maybe the polar pop ran empty. He's waiting on it.
Jim wanted to play, but Marissa said we got a full table.
And now a great card for Derek. Jack hitting on the turn.
Is there a guy named Ben here? Yeah, his name's Ben. Yeah, Ben.
Jake is starting to sniff something out. It doesn't seem right. And that king could even make Derek get a little value on the river if he elects to maybe bet, 100. Yep, 110.
Pretty close.
But no, Jake does not take the bait.
Terry Dale in the house.
Oh, we got Wilt Dale in here?
Well, he thinks that we've got Derek's name misspelled.
I will say, I was surprised it's not D-Rock with the run good. And I got to side with Wilt Dale.
Morgan, it's interesting that you,
Being a terrible donkey.
I'm sorry, Shaggy, 7888. Interesting that you bring that up because I was remiss in mentioning that Cam's shout out tonight is to his fiance and his parents. I needed to say that in that hand that he took down. But that's his shout out tonight. Glad you're watching. Glad everybody's joining us here tonight. We ask you, Dominic, from the bottom of our hearts and from the reserve, please hit that like button. It means a lot to us. And if you hadn't subscribed yet, that's a big help to us.
Raise it 35.
And also thank you guys. Just about a week ago, we hit 3,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And looks like Cam's going to make it 35 with ace-6. Big John Stud's coming along with 8-7 suited. Check, check. Over to the turn.
4 hearts, looks like. Oh, that's on the other side. 4 diamonds, excuse me.
35.
John sensing there's nothing there for Cam, so he bets out and takes down that pot. His boy James, watching from home, likes to see Daddy when he's on the TV playing poker.
I love it.
And there's our cumulative winnings for tonight so far, and we're going to see this go up and down. Dom, we see that almost every Tuesday. Occasionally we get somebody that just gets on fire, jumps out to a quick lead, holds it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of jabs, if I can go the boxing route. We've done this before.
Yes.
So far in the first half an hour, there hasn't been many uppercuts and no one trying to finish the other person.
Thinking in my head, I'm like,
What do I do here?
I cashed out like a million
Anthony
times.
Halt, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Still screwed up. But they would still get it back
Yeah,
eventually.
Anthony in the
moral of
house.
the story is while she's counting, I'm like, what do I do here? Good morals or no good morals? So I end up telling her, but I'm like, man, I could have just easily walked out. But I was like, what's the consequences here?
Bumpy's going to raise it up to 35 with ace 5. Now Queen Jack for Buddha.
Can't hide you.
And we're going to go heads up again here
Like,
between these two.
yeah, I'm sure they would have figured it
We
out.
saw a hand earlier where Buddha slow played aces. Fortunately, he didn't get hurt, but neither did Lumpy.
35.
Have you ever had a double or that's
Bottom pair's enough to
sure like
continue.
double angel?
All he's got to do is reach for chips in that one, and Buddha gets out of the way.
While she's counting, I'm like, what should I do here? Well, at first, I didn't really understand what she was doing, but she grabbed like a huge wad of like a 10,000.
Alan, you are absolutely right. That's one of the things about Garrett's play. He definitely mixes it up a great deal.
That's a big
So what'd they say when you corrected them?
That's why I've always said.
And
it was-
Alan, I think you will agree that there's a big difference between mixing it up and getting reckless, and it certainly isn't something that
Those moments don't come along very
can really ever accuse Garrett of doing. He does run poorly sometimes,
playing craps.
but not necessarily because he's being reckless. He mixes it up well, and I do like that about his game.
I didn't even notice. I didn't pay any attention. I just, they rarely make a mistake, so I just took the chips and I was at the window, and this guy come running up. It was from, the pit boss.
So here we go, heads up action, threes.
Nemesis versus a pair.
We overpaid.
Giddy up, go to the racetrack.
Okay, just,
And we got a deuce 9 queen board. Gut shot straight draw for Lumpy.
They always get you when they
Derek's still in the lead with his threes.
get you when they underpay you.
No.
They do at the craps table. I've
I like
had
this
them,
bet. 35 from Derek. Let's see if Lumpy with 2 overs and a gut shot, and he does come along. At least he's got a 1 over against the board.
And there's the king.
Now the king comes for Lumpy, and he checks it.
Like if you're still there, but it's probably 5 times alone to me.
I could see this card being the card that Derek slows down on, but at the same time,
Never once have they been like, oh, we underpaid you. You can't
it's
tell me
early
that
in
happened.
the live stream, and you might want to put on the pressure, kind of set the tone on how you're going to play. Could set yourself up to a bigger hand down the line.
99% of players catch it when they get underpaid and they say so.
Well,
True statement.
I just kind of take their word for it.
I
You
get
know what I mean?
I can't
Especially,
believe it every time.
especially in blackjack. Sometimes if I'm just talking with
I
people,
like this
I'm
bet,
not always
$90.
like full.
Lumpy's going to come
You
along.
know what I mean? Like I'm not counting along.
Clear lead here, a 3 and a 3 only, and now the board pairs.
I know where there is a spot where they're really dirty.
If Lumpy doesn't bet here, I think Derek's probably going to check. So yeah, if you want to get any value, I think that was the time to bet. Yep.
Check, check. Showdown. Lumpy takes it down.
Back there than you're supposed to. And they catch it. Then they
And as you mentioned, there's really been no clear
they limit how much you can do.
player here putting the pressure on consistently, and also there's no clear leader in terms of the chip. Chips are kind of going up and down a little bit. Not a great deal. These guys continue to feel each other out.
They took the 1,000.
We're early on in our live stream, going to 11:15 tonight.
I'm looking down and I'm like, where's my 1,000 chip? I'm looking around and I can't find it. And I'm telling the man on base, hey, I'm missing $1,000 chip. What happened? And they're all just like, looking away. all
Yeah, I agree with
sheepish or
Alan
whatever.
H on the message board.
And then I
Congratulations to
see
the new
it
fathers
on
at
top
the
of
table.
The stack. There was like an extra
Got a couple of young new
$1,000
fathers in the last year.
where they didn't have any other $1,000. It was just a random $1,000 chip sitting over there. Then I realized what I did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. And I took my chips. I went over to a different craps table, and I just caught fire. I won like $6,000 in 10 rolls.
I need that in my life, baby.
Killing it.
Yeah.
I was mad. I was gonna get even. I got
Would they have paid
I got
you
my money
if you
back
won?
in
That's
more.
the real question. Would they have paid you?
Typically not a good idea to gamble with emotion, but Buddha's got a good story there where it paid off for
They're
him.
dirty in that regard.
Another 10 on the board.
Make sure it's properly correct.
Rainbow as it gets. And now a queen, and Buddha with the check mark.
The rest, all dealers- some dealers
Bets
don't make
50.
The Nemesis.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Garrett also with the jack.
Casino that just got caught shorting the aces on the blackjack.
And that's going to go to
That's what who it was.
Buddha. Garrett kind of looking him up
This
there.
was pretty recent again. They got caught too. Then they only got. I think they only.
They get a fine or something.
If I remember right, they only got charged like, I think it was 5 million in fine. You know how much they probably made before they got caught? You know what I mean? They made way more than
3
5
aces
million.
on the
Why do you
board,
think they
the
keep
other guy
doing
had
it?
ace queen, the other guy had pocket jacks,
I've
he
heard
almost
multiple
folded
times where
the
he got caught doing
Why
it.
we ended up
I
turning
haven't
it
been
over?
there in
just to
years.
show?
I used to go up
jacks.
there.
No, I mean, he
for the
finally
ace
called
out
the,
of
I don't even know why
HB2
the
I
guy
think
on
up there.
aces bet at that point.
If you're just joining us, this is the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Our Tuesday night staple 5-5-10 no limit hold'em game. No new faces yet tonight, but some regulars and some folks that we haven't seen in a while.
Well, you didn't sell your soul to the devil.
That's a good thing.
And under the gun.
A week later, you get a call from the.
I've been smart enough to never go back, but
Oh, that's a big hand.
Derek's going to raise to 35. And now Cam with ace king, he's going to 3-bet this to 205.
what did I do before then?
And at least Derek should know where he stands right now. Needs 170 to call. He's got 8-9 of spades.
Less than a week ago.
And Derek does like to mix it up.
Gives it some thought and makes the call.
No, when you have Derek's hand, Vic, this is where you almost want him to have kings or queens, and you're hoping to get,
Yeah.
smack it big, get a double up.
Lumpy
with the same
folds
hand.
2 of those cards, 9-8 as well. That he had hearts, but now we're going to go heads up. Cam is going to be first to act, and here it comes.
And that's not a bad flop for Derek. If Cam
boy.
checks this, you might try to pull a little semi-bluff.
Come here, I go,
But that poor little cage girl, she would have been fired.
Yeah.
Sure.
yeah.
Probably the supervisor too, the one that.
170.
Cam continuation bet here,
You know, normally if you go
175.
well, I was
And this is where position is so crucial in poker.
only way they could
Derek
have
now
figured
can
out
definitely call this
they went
bet.
back to the poker table I was sitting at, you know, they could have.
I'd be curious how Cam treats this turn. Derek might be able to take it down. Now he gets the lead with 2 pair.
For that kind of money, you're supposed to show your ID anyway.
Yeah, but they didn't never ask.
That was weird.
I think it was just a new girl. She didn't
Cam
know-
playing it cautious.
She didn't even know what the
You
black
ever,
chips were.
do you ever get a line of credit at the casino?
Oh.
Well, you can, it's just like a loan application. They'll loan you,
Oh, and a check there.
30 days interest free if you qualify for a
Derek, the check mark is next to his name by virtue of the 9.
three-round lottery.
Let's see if they take this to showdown or if Derek tries to get some value out of this.
Yeah, I think that's a nice check by Derek right
Yeah.
there. You're only getting called with the hand that beat you. So
But a $450 profit there for Derek, and now Derek is going to become, I believe, our chip leader at the table.
Playing,
This is a 5-5-10 game, min buy-in of 1,000, max 2,000.
Yeah, right.
Derek had bought in for, I believe it was 1,500, if I recall correctly.
I was doing that, paying a $2,000 marker, and he,
Bit of a gamble there pre-flop for Derek, but it paid off,
then
Tom.
he
yeah,
handed me the
absolutely.
$2,000.
And you even saw Lumpy fold the same exact hand, just
Yes.
different suits.
Hitting a marker, not paying one.
25, right? 25.
And that was one of those.
New bet is 25 from Big John.
Should I be honest here? And then I'm thinking to
With the
myself, you know
8-7
what?
of hearts.
It's on camera. I'm gonna have to
Lumpy's
get
going to come along.
So I go to hand the money back to him.
Garrett
He's like, what? He starts
Doesn't
getting
like
mad.
sitting still very often, very long, for very long.
Well, we watched Dr. Boring always play. I think he's never told me, but we've seen this. Notice that he loves 8-7 suited. Big John Stud's taking his hand right now.
That's right.
Is the initial raiser, bumping it up. And we got a 3-Jack-10 board.
Check. Check.
And there's the second jack on the board now.
Now we can see the cards, so we know that if Big John Stud makes a continuation bet, which he does, and he checks it, so everybody's getting a free card on the turn and on the river. And Lumpy, by virtue of the ace, has the check mark. It goes to showdown.
Yeah, a little surprised we didn't see anyone even blow on it.
I am surprised.
I mean, it's $25,000.
Hey, Jess from Australia, thanks for chiming in. They were having a conversation when I was sitting with the guys before the game started and getting the information for the shout-outs and talking logistics here. There was a conversation about how long they like to sit at a table. What's the longest time they've sat and
We
played.
know you have our money.
Cam has posted a number of 12-hour sessions, which didn't surprise me. Buddha made the comment that his limit is 8 hours, that he really doesn't like to play for longer, and he didn't have a reason in terms of it being tiring or wearing out. He just felt like typically the action was not going to be there where you needed it much past 8 hours. I have to admit I've had a couple of 14-hour sessions myself, but I'm very interested to hear, and here we go, the flop three-handed.
Up top pair for Jake, right off the rip on a Jack 7-3 board. Mid pair for Garrett.
I think you're the right thing.
Big John Stud with his fives wants to see where he's at here. Garrett is the one that started this action pre-flop,
Actually thought I got shorted.
and so we're going to go three-handed to the turn as well.
Tell him he's hired.
And an ace of clubs on the turn gives Jake a flush
Man
draw.
gave me chips back 1-8, paid
Jake
me
in a
off
commanding lead of this hand with the
at
second pair and the only pair on the board. Now that take that back, but the biggest pair that anybody has on the board, plus the flush draw. Big John Stud continues to bet his fives, and Jake is going to make this call. And Big John needs a 5 and a 5 only.
Oh, and a
Wow.
a three of a kind on the river for Jake.
I got shorted $100 and pulled cash out of the ATM before.
225. That's a really running back.
Write down, somebody will get you.
What if that little teller had leaned in and said, I get off in 10 minutes, I'm gonna meet you in the garage, and if I have to overpay you, just be cool. What would you do?
And he bets it out. Bets 225. Trying to get some value there. I like that bet because
in the garage too.
he might have been putting Big John Stud on an ace there,
Yeah, he could have floated an ace, hit it, see if you can get a little value.
and thought that maybe he would get a call there.
They played against each other a lot. If Big John Stud even had a marginal ace, he probably would have checked. Thought he had good showdown value, so Jake trying to build that pot up even more.
So let's hear from some of the players. Maybe Boring can enlighten us on some of the longer sessions that he's had. Has anybody ever had, say, a 24-hour or better session at the poker table?
I like that subject. That's a good question, too. Because it really does depend on just the person.
And if you have a certain limitation about a time in your mind that you're going to play, regardless, it's always situational, and we talk about that. But let's get back to this hand now. Jake going to 3-bet this with ace-queen, and he's going to get folding all the way around.
I thought the clean diaper might have came along.
But it is always situational. Unless you, like, one of my rule of thumbs is I don't play drunk, tired, or mad. That's a rule of thumb that I definitely try to adhere to. But I don't know that I say, all right, I'll only play a 4-hour session or a 6-hour session. I like the game. So if I can afford to be in the game, unfortunately, I don't have too often the common sense to get up when it's the right time, and sometimes berate myself for doing that.
I think if I'm playing cash, I kind of like the 8 hours like Buddha, me
Yeah.
personally. If I'm playing a tournament, though, I kind of have the mindset that I don't care how long I play. You cut up tournaments in chunks. I could probably play longer in a tournament. Well, when you're forced to. So I think going into it, you just have a different mindset.
He wanted to hit the straight flush. And he did.
So we're getting some feedback here.
Shout out to Mr. Enright joining the chat. Hope you're doing well, buddy. We got 4 players going to the flop right now, $10 apiece on a 7-4-8 board. Couple of clubs. We got 2 pair for Jake. Buddha with a gut shot with the 6s. Bottom pair for Garrett. Multiple players coming along. And there's a jack of diamonds. That gives Garrett now the nut flush draw. Action card here. Buddha's going to let it go. Hoping for a 6 or a 5. We got heads up going to the river. And it is a safe card for Jake.
Yeah.
One pair, 2 pair.
I don't remember who said something though. Or how they found out? Wasn't it the dealer?
No, it was one of the players. I mean,
And Jake
technically,
now
I
up over
agree
his
with
original buy-in of 2,000, and we've got young Ben coming in. Ben joined us for the first time, I believe, back on Tuesday, a couple Tuesdays ago, 2 weeks ago to be specific, and he's from Rochester Hills,
the technical interest.
Michigan. Plays in a lot of the charity games up there.
Did he win a couple thousand too?
He did really well his very first night here,
Yeah.
and of course mentioned that he would be back, and he is back, and he's also very much looking forward to play in the $1 million prize pool guarantee, what we like to refer to around here as the Millie.
Yeah, that was the night where we had terrible weather. And actually, I think he was up here just supporting his brother playing on the live stream. He said, "Hey, well,
No,
I
it was
can
the other
play."
way around.
Oh, it was the other way
Yeah,
around?
he came to play, and then Devin
His
decided
brother
to
helped
play.
him out. Okay, fair
There was
enough.
some icy and bad roads out there, and Devin came in to help us fill out the table.
Saved me a lot.
But yeah, Ben had
He had a good session.
a really good session. Let's see how he does tonight.
I'm never
Buddha now looking down at ace 10 offsuit.
Let's play.
Same thing when I can't beat my quads so many times. You have-
Well, and we're going to see 5 players going to the flop here.
When you reach your quads, like, what do you? I'm not folding.
7 right in the
Yeah,
window.
you have quads, I guess.
You pay it off.
Nice hand.
The 9 and the 8.
40.
Open ender for Buddha here.
40. One bet's 40.
Lumpy now with 2 overs and a gut shot.
Fold.
Oh. Winner.
All right, Button's going to go to Big John Stud, take it down. Yeah, so far the action tonight, like I said, it's been a little bit lighter than what we're used to so far. Table feeling each other out. A couple faces, too, we've seen on this live stream that have played often. We've seen actually all these gentlemen play on this live stream often, but this group, really, it's almost like first time playing against each other in a while. We haven't seen this table, all these players, or on different live streams. You know, Buddha a lot of times plays on Thursdays and Saturdays. This is his second Tuesday in a row. Big John Stud is back. He's been playing regularly. Jake had a little bit of time off. He was gone for about a month. He made his return today on Tuesdays. Always look forward to seeing Jake. Lumpy too.
Right to 110.
Yeah, and Garrett, one of our regulars
Call.
for about the year that I've been here now.
Call your cousin.
Call.
Oh, we got a big pot brewing here. This is nice. 110 to go. 3 players going to the flop. Lumpy, the 9-3 offsuit, mixing it up. And we get a set of deuces right away for Big John Stud, smacking that flop. Mid-pair for Garrett. With that flush draw out there, he's not going to slow play this.
That's 125.
That's third pot.
Fold. All in. Call.
Looks like we got a call for an all-in from Garrett with ace-6. Bad timing. Big John Stud, he's going to snap this.
580 total.
And this is the largest pot of the night easily. Garrett's going to need runner hearts, or he's going to need, you know, either a couple of queens, 6 and an ace. He's going to need a big turn here to get some life. And that's going to write it. Yep, that's all she wrote. And now Big John Stud, a $1,500 pot going his way. He's going to profit over $800.
I bet you didn't like that club very much, did you?
No, I didn't, especially when you said
Back to the conversation about sessions, and Nick believes, Dom, that if you're not ready to sit down for a 24-hour session, that you need to turn in your hoodie and your headset.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Come on now.
A little trolling there from
Oh,
our
I
good
just
friend.
read that.
From
Unbelievable.
our good friend Nick.
24 hours? It's a little extreme for me. You better have some brown water. I'm definitely drinking some brown water if I'm going 24-hour session. Could not do that one sober. Looks like Derek's going to let that go. Ben now looking down at Queen 9 suited. He does not like to just call, and I like that about Ben. That's
Yes.
just from first impression on his last live stream. I'm not going to act like I know how he plays, to a T, but just going off first impression of his first live stream, he does not like to just limp in. If he's going to play.
Buddha's going to play an ace with a 7 unsuited against the Queen 9 of hearts. We're going to go heads up. Danielson in the box, and here comes the flop. Boom.
Yeah, a couple of 8s with a 4. Ben, nice flop here to continue putting on the pressure. Flopping the Queen high flush draw.
That's 150.
I stand by. Thanks. I had a flush draw, a Garrett flush draw.
And he's not bluffing. He did have the flush draw.
Yes, he did. Nice continuation bet. Takes the pot down. And we'll see if this young man can continue to run well here on Tuesday nights. He was here for the first time 2 weeks ago. Had a really good showing. Coming to us from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
The green hoodie's an attention getter, man. It's that type of green, you can't miss it.
The oldest is gonna be 40 this year.
Sorry.
Buddha in the cutoff now with 8-6. Gets out of the way. Lumpy got a pocket 4s, but right behind him, Garrett, pocket kings, and he's going to raise this up to 55. And Derek now with pocket 10s.
Ooh, big hand alert, folks. This is our biggest hand, I think, pre-flop, wouldn't you say, Vic, so far in this session?
170.
It's about to be.
Not when it comes to poker. Literally anything else, though.
Raises it up to 175. And the question is, does Garrett 4-bet this?
Call.
And he just makes the call. Heads up, kings versus 10s.
Man, if this is a low flop, we might see fireworks.
Could see some fireworks. Here it comes.
8 right in the window, 5 with a jack and a deuce, and this could still be action here when you have 10s.
And
I
they
say
go
if you're
check,
gonna see
check.
paint,
Free card.
you want to see a jack.
Little bitty card. 3 of hearts. Garrett letting out some rope here. Trying to figure out where he is in this hand. And Derek bets this now.
It's fine. Cleveland.
140 is the 145 is the bet. And now a raise to 300. Two really good players here, Dom.
Oh, yeah. Ultimate chess match.
Could be interesting. Got down to 34 right before I pulled in.
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy on the way here, and he lives in Willard. He said it was snowing pretty hard there.
In where?
Willard,
Oh, okay.
Derek makes the call. Going to the river now.
like 5 degrees difference. Colder
The card that neither player wanted to see
No.
on the river.
And they go check, check.
Of course.
Yeah, Derek.
Shows the kings quickly.
So that didn't go the way Derek obviously wanted right into a bigger pair, but for everyone watching too, if you learn how to play pocket 10s, I love the way Derek played those 10s, and you got to give props to Garrett kind of disguising the kings with just the smooth call when you're playing against another good player. Sometimes that's the route you go to get value. But Derek was basically making that pre-flop raise to see where he was at with the 10s, not so he's not just calling off his stack down the road. Garrett, though, kind of countered that, like Vic just said. 2 really good experienced players playing a little chess game against each other, both having huge pairs delivered to him. On to the next hand, though. And Big John Stud waiting. He's going to bump it up to $30 with ace-10 suited in diamonds. Buddha's going to get rid of it. Lumpy's coming along with 7s. Garrett's going to play the 7 deuce suited.
Famous words. Verbal is fine.
Yeah, somebody else bet
And
you.
now Derek, too. with
Wow.
king 6 suited.
Look at this, five-handed.
And we got a 6, 9, 8 board, couple of diamonds, Big John stud flopping a monster right there. 2 overs, a gut shot straight draw, the nut flush draw.
I thought that was
Also with Lumpy with 7s, open ender
That's fine. You're all right.
himself.
a check.
Pair of 8s for Ben. Backdoor clubs. And like I said, Garrett, I mean, if you're going to play 7 deuce, not a bad flop for him.
Right. Big John stud obviously coming along here. There's 3 7s
Yeah, if I had
between the two of Lumpy and Garrett,
if I had Big John
and now a
stud's hand,
jack.
I gotta love this action. And now you didn't hit your hand, but you get an open ender now to go along with it. And 7s hold for Lumpy right now.
Wow.
455 in the middle.
See how this betting goes, because now it's back over to Garrett. And Garrett surrenders. Lumpy turns over the 7s. And after one heck of a board there, one heck of a flop, like you said, the 7s hold up, and a $325 profit there for Lumpy.
Man, those are sometimes my favorite hands to win in poker. You're 3-handed. All you have is a pair of 7s on showdown with 3 overs, and it holds. That's a little uplifting when you get those breaks.
Bomb pot.
And another dealer change coming in.
It's a quarter, right? Yep.
And now we're going to a bomb pot. This is a $25 bomb pot. We are 8-handed currently, so I believe we'll be doing a double board bomb pot. Adam in the box.
You can put 50 in.
Adam and I were commentating Saturday night for the ladies' night.
Yes.
We had a good night here.
I tuned in for that for a little bit. It was entertaining. Good to see the ladies out there.
And Marty, who came all the way from Pittsburgh to play in that game, also provided us with some gifts on Saturday night, provides us some gifts again tonight because
spoiling
she and
us.
Diane decided to come back, and they're going to play tonight's tournament.
Yeah, it looks like we got some brown water from her. I want to say thanks to Marty.
It did.
I obviously can't take this now as I just recovering from a little throat action, but this will get usage.
Kind of like Buddha.
We might have to save this in our lockers for the Millie. I'm looking forward to a late night calling that action, Vic.
Oh, my goodness.
For over 200K for first. And I still think we're going to hit a $250,000 for first place.
Everybody in the hand, $10. I'm sorry, $25 and $200 in the pot.
It'd be interesting to see if anyone's got King 10 in their hand.
Double board bomb pot. Derek is first to act.
Well, pretty close. King
wow.
Jack for Garrett. Yeah, I mean, Derek right now flopping monsters. He also has a gut shot to Broadway with a pair of jacks on the other board that he hit hard.
Ben hits a top set there, or he hits a set of jacks there on the top.
Oh, we're seeing some action here, folks.
Buddha.
Ben and Derek so far hitting it big.
Garrett, I think, does he have...
Oh, look at Cam, too. Ace, King, 8-3.
And he's going to raise this up now to 400. We're going to see some real action here, folks.
Yeah, this could be huge. Let's see if Derek can sniff this out. Right now, he is getting quartered. This is where, when you see in these bomb pots, guys, sometimes if you don't have much on the other board, you'll see sometimes players fold. I can understand either play from Derek right here, but right now him and Cam are at a big disadvantage because they'd be getting quartered right here, and the beneficiary big time would be Ben.
And he's going to pot it.
And now Ben's got to wonder, does someone have pocket queens?
Putting the pressure on. This is a tough situation for Ben.
I will say this, with a set of jacks, you almost got to think these guys probably got kings. It's most likely. But he's going to let it go just in case one of these guys have queens and he's drawn. I understand. That's your whole stack right there. And when you see someone make it 400 and then someone make it 1,600, the alarms have to go off.
Yes.
You don't have a lot of your stack in that pot. This is Omaha. Man, and right now, Derek's in a great position right now to take 3/4 of this pot.
Cool.
Cam makes the call,
Yeah, he's going to definitely
and
Hope
I
to fill
believe
up.
they both have chips left.
You know, the ace doesn't help Cam out at all. He's really going to be hoping for an 8 or a 3 on that bottom board. Obviously, on the top board, he's going to hope for a
I think I had a king with ace king.
Derek with one of those 8s.
Yeah, Derek's in a great shape right here to win some good money. And there's now they're just chopping that one no matter what. Kings and aces. Terrible card for Cam.
I have
Yeah, and Derek's going to get 75% of this pot.
One and Jack, a pair of jacks, ace, king, 3/4.
Yeah, and Derek's going to
He's got ace,
profit
king,
$1,200
king, and then
here.
pair of jacks. Jacks on the bottom.
Yeah, big pot for Derek.
Yeah, very big pot for Derek here. Derek doing a shout out to Mackenzie and Stella.
I need chips.
Yeah, if Mackenzie's tuning in, shout out. Congratulations, by the way. I used to work with Mackenzie a few years ago. So happy for her and Derek having a healthy baby.
Somebody gave those clothes out there.
That's really what you can see that.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you have Jets?
You have the other part.
Yeah. I was worried when you tanked. I was like, oh shit. I was hoping you didn't have King Queen in your hand. I was like,
It's Tuesday night here, 5-5-10, no limit hold'em, and the action is heavy. Started out like a big, like a heavyweight bout. Everybody kind of feeling each other out, but now
Yeah, it's
the
starting to pick up.
action has really picked up.
We haven't even
and
gotten the OG
Derek-
John yet.
Coming in and taking down a big bomb pot. Now back to the action of 5-5-10, no limit hold'em. If you're in the area, don't forget, tonight we've got a $65 tournament. This is also a high hand tournament. We try to have things that are unique and different each night. A little bit mix things up. Tomorrow night, $65 tournament, but that's the monster stack. You start out with 80,000 in chips, and it's right around the corner. It'll be here before we know it. Thursday morning, doors open 11 a.m. Day 1A here in Toledo for the million, starting at noon. It's a $600 buy-in.
The Doyle suited. Just never know about Buddha, but yeah, Derek now up 1,000 early.
35.
It's got to feel good.
Go.
Cam now re-upping his stack, and he's going in the cutoff to call the 35 with 8-7 offsuit. Jake coming in with ace-9 offsuit, and we're going to go four-handed. Here's the flop.
We got a 4 king queen board rainbow. Derek with top pair
Check around.
in the lead.
Free card here.
Ooh, now that gives him 2 pair.
Two
even
pair.
better.
Yeah, and when things are running your way, we've seen this time and time again. Momentum.
Yeah, Jake's really the only player that has anything. It's a pair of 9s. Yeah, I like that fold from Jake too. You don't. You could be running the Jack 10 2 pair, and that's exactly what he's running into with Derek. Kings and 9s. And Derek's starting to get some momentum now.
He sure is.
As they say, D-Rock with the run good. Stacking those chips.
Oh.
A mini mountain.
I was on that side. Now it all makes sense. I was like, because John's left-handed, so sometimes-
Between our satellites and our drawings, we have close to 120 people that have earned a voucher for the $600 buy-in into the Millie, but the satellites aren't over. Again, Thursday night, 6 p.m., another $65 satellite for the Millie, and we've seen some great turnouts for those satellites.
This has been unbelievable, Vic.
And I don't think that's going to stop.
I'm telling you, folks, these Thursday night satellites are literally the definition of max value. Great numbers. We're getting, on average, at least, 20 seats on average? At least.
Hey,
I think our
comes
lowest
easy
was
money.
18, the very first one. We've had as high as, 28?
Yeah.
I believe on a Thursday.
Right.
So, yeah, over 20 seats available.
Picking on me already, John.
Well, that's okay.
Picking on me already.
And there's the OG. And now the table is complete. And on this hand, we're going heads up. Garrett versus Cam. Diamonds versus hearts.
And yeah, top pair for Garrett on a 10 ace 4 rainbow board. Cam with mid pair.
Garrett checks it. And a bet from Cam and a quick call.
I'm good, my friend. Good to see you.
You too, buddy.
And 2 pair now for Cam. Hits the turn pretty well. Looks like Cam's going to throw in 100 and Garrett's going to make a quick call. Deuce on the river. It's probably the card Cam was hoping for. I don't mind like a $200 bet here. He bets 3.
Looks like Garrett is counting out chips here.
Yeah, it's one of the few times we see OG sitting down and he's not playing a hand while he's sitting down because he walked in the middle of one. Usually he's standing up still playing a hand.
Garrett and Cam have a lot of experience playing against each other.
These two guys at the table, yeah.
So something about that bet made Garrett think that perhaps his ace was still good, but it's not. 2 pair for Cam. Both of these guys having lost a couple of big hands early on.
I think that was max value on that value bet of 300 on the
Certainly,
river.
I have to agree with you 100% there. That was just the sweet spot of a bet.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost Friday. Yeah, I lost Friday.
By the way, we're already up over 50 likes early in this live stream, so thanks everyone for smashing that like button. We always have a goal of 100, so if you're just tuning in, I see our viewership's gone up a lot. Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in on this Tuesday night for our 5-5-10 no limit game. Smash that thumbs up, that like button. The more we get, the more random traffic we get. Now the table just filled up with OG John, and Garrett's going to look down at Ace Jack and Vic. I'm starting to feel the table loosening up just a little bit now that everyone's been playing for an hour.
Well, and I like this bet from Garrett because it may look, Garrett might be giving the appearance that he's just on tilt with that bet. And
Jake,
OG
smooth calling tens here.
I don't know if doing that one tonight. I really don't.
comes in, going to play his first hand.
Look at that disguise from Jake.
5-handed, and here comes the flop from Adam.
And look at that. Jake hits a set
Boom.
right on the flop. 10, queen, 7.
And they're going to check around a free card. Here comes the king
Oh!
of diamonds.
And Garrett hits Broadway on the turn with Ace Jack, the free card. Has got Garrett there.
Did you tell him I added another 1,000 on?
And he's going to make it 225.
After a bet from Jake of 100.
Raised to 225.
Jake's going to come along.
8
Hopefully
outs
the
now
board will
for
pay.
Jake.
That's what he's thinking in his head.
I don't think I ever did tell him.
And that's a great card for Garrett. He's looking to get some of those chips back. He just
Oh, he got it. Okay. He
lost the hand prior, 650 in the middle. And I'll tell you what, he could get up to probably about 400 here.
All in.
Yeah, well, he's got 485 in front of him, so I like the shove.
I do too. I was going to say.
You're not going to bet 300 and keep 185 back. That almost looks
Exactly.
more suspicious to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Call.
Nuts.
And a call and a much-needed pot here for Garrett.
Typical roller coaster.
Jake, who had been running pretty well early on now.
And it was a free card that Garrett got to see on that one.
Yes.
That's really how my life feels.
Yeah, checked around. I understand why Jake checked. He was early position. You flop a set, you're thinking someone's going to throw something out there.
We've seen this from Garrett before where things don't run too well for him early on, but then he seems to
Go on a big heater.
He gets a heater going and he makes a comeback.
I hate when I lose 10K. That really sucks to drive home. 500.
Yeah, Kiwi Colleen Marty is in the next room playing in tonight's tournament, so we'll definitely let her know that you said hello. Want to thank everybody joining us tonight. If you're just joining us, our Tuesday night staple, 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We are 9-handed. Max buy-in of $2,000, minimum 1,000.
It is match to stack too, so players can add on at any time once someone gets
24
up.
hours is my limit.
Garrett,
Derek is over, what, 3K right now?
yeah, he's going to ride this heater now, if it is a heater.
I get like dumb.
If I'm like 36
He's going to
hours
raise to
past-
35 with Queen 10 of spades.
And then I
OG
can't
John
sleep.
coming along with a couple of hearts.
Yeah, I'm too tired. I can't sleep.
Lump it down with pocket eights. Waiting in the wings, seeing what Buddha's going to do.
That's the worst.
And there's just a call from Lumpy. We're going to go four-handed to the flop.
145 in the middle on a Jack King King board. 2 pair for Buddha, open-ended straight draw for Garrett, and also a Queen High flush draw for OG John. So a lot out there right now.
Yes, there is. 60 is the bet.
Interesting if we see a spade on the turn.
I hope you didn't.
Yeah.
But
And well, now a queen.
I mean, I knew I just
Both players hitting 2 pair.
not 2 sevens on
Right
the
now
board.
we have a chop pot.
You know what I mean? Like, and even if so,
But
I have so
OG
many
John
things I can draw to. Like,
Pretty much free rolling right now with his flush draw.
Wow.
if there's only
He
one
takes it
card on
down.
the board,
Takes it down.
without having the bottom.
And the button moves.
I got
But it's just so unlike.
I got a whole rack up there.
Well, they weren't here when we got started, young Ben and the OG. I might just stick my head in there, see if they want to do a couple of shout-outs. We had shout-outs just about from everybody in the room tonight. Lumpy to his mother, Carol. Cam, his fiance, and his parents. Derek to Mackenzie and Stella.
I think the OG knows the whole city of Toledo.
Jake,
His list might
shout
be
out to
too
his
long.
wife, Lisa, which means that
Ooh,
the doctor.
9s versus 10s. Back to back right here. Garrett's going to bump it up to 35. Now Cam with pocket 10s right behind him.
And sure enough, there's a 3-bet from Cam. Going to make it 90. Ben's going to come along with a6 of hearts.
Queens for OG.
Oh, my. Wow.
Lots of pairs.
We've been waiting for this action to pick up. We just had to wait for OG John to take the seat, and there it starts. Or continues to be strong action here tonight. A 4-bet to 275. Garrett with a quick fold. But Cam trying to continue his comeback.
Yeah. Nice fold by Garrett. 9s kind of shrink when you see a 4-bet.
And Ben's going to come along, so we're going to go 3-handed to this flop. 875, Dom, in the pot. Here it comes.
This is the big one. And we got a 5 King 10 board. Cam hitting a set. Taking the lead. OG's going to see where he's at right here.
Garrett's patting himself on the back for getting out of the way with those 9s.
Yeah, a little unsure with that bet size. You know, there's 8.5, 875 in the pot, and you're betting 175, not even 25%. You're opening the door, especially with a straight and a flush draw. We can see the hands, but even if they don't have these type of hands, they almost get called with anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even for that price, Ben.
Oh, boy, and
Yeah.
Ben's coming in.
I mean, for that price, Might as well see if you get a heart, and that's exactly. Look at that
Wow.
turn for Ben now. Gets a gut shot to Broadway with hearts. I understood why he stayed in.
Open ender now for OG John.
Yeah, and if Cam wants to get aggressive here with 1,400, I understand. He might. Oh, he checks it. I thought maybe he makes it 1,000.
Free card, and the free card is a queen.
And that gives the flush to Ben.
Wow. And a set of queens for OG. A set of tens for Cam, who gets out of the way after that heart comes out. Let's see what Ben will try to go after here.
I mean, I would just shove. I mean, just because.
He raises it up to 500.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now, we can't see the cards, so I mean, if I'm Ben right now, I'd be hoping someone has an ace and you get paid off. Obviously, we don't see that, but with it being, runner, heart right here, a lot of times you'll see players shove when you get in this position, when you get a dirty, nut flush. Doesn't happen often. For OG, it's only 275 more, and you see there's over 2,000 in the pot. This situation never feels good. It's like, do I really have to call this? Especially when a player's only got 905 back. So I'm just surprised. Normally, guys, if you're watching too, like I said, when you got 900 back and you make it 500, you get a 4-card straight out there. The shove normally is a play you want to do right here because I think any ace pays you off in this situation, especially when you're three-handed. A lot of times someone will have an ace, even though we see that two players have a set. He even says you're welcome.
He even says you're welcome. Pays him off. Young Ben here. Big pot.
Yeah, when there was 1,400 in there, I'm a little surprised Cam, with 1,400 in the pot, at least maybe make it 800 with the set of tens right there. Probably could have taken it down. And it'd be curious to see what Ben would have done because that would have been pretty much putting Ben all in at the time. Not sure if he'd call it off with just a flush draw and a gut shot with one card to go.
They work sometimes.
Yep, that gamble paid off for him, and now Ben up over $3,000. Lumpy right at $2,000.
Yeah.
We've only got 3 people in the green, but we've seen this before. Dom on Tuesday nights. We go till 11:15 tonight, and those graphics are going to change quite a bit.
Yeah, even if he jams.
Stay with us. You're going to continue to see some great poker action.
So I think Derek's name got changed to D-Rock, and there's a 0 in front of his name. He's up 1,100 right now because he was in for 2K. So a reminder there. He's actually having a good night too. I think
Maybe that happened when he changed the
name, with the name.
moniker.
Yep.
Could be. OG John in position. Feeling some sting there from the last hand. He's going to raise this up to 150. And quick folds. Even Ben gets out of the way with his 2 hearts that time.
And now we're starting to see, after the first hour is kind of just, like I said, a couple of jabs, players tippy-toeing around, feeling the table out. The action is really heated up in this last half an hour as we're starting to see big pots fly around the table.
There's a slight chance he doesn't have it.
Queen on the turn would have been the worst card for you.
Yeah, that hand, Cam never really took control of that hand with that set. His line in the weeds. It was just a terrible run out for him.
I did. Times are tough at the Brown House.
All right, 3 players going to the flop here.
Out of ramen noodles with this.
We have a 6-7 ace board, couple of clubs.
You can see I eat salad.
2 players hitting their 6. Cam and OG.
55.
I don't even think ramen noodles are cheap anymore.
What is cheap? Nothing?
And now a 3rd club comes into play. That gives Cam the queen high flush draw. He already had the best hand, and there it is. Cam hitting the flush. OG also hitting the 5 high is going to pay him off just to make sure no shenanigans are going on. And Cam's going to take down that pot. Nice hand. Good value on the river by Cam.
It's called the NIPPO. Japan is the American version of the
Is that right? I didn't know that.
And here's another one. You
What do
know,
they call
when you're a
American?
kid, you know, you're watching Godzilla movies when you're a kid, you know, Saturday afternoon, black and white Godzilla versus Mothra and all that stuff, right? The little Japanese guys are running around going, Gojira! Gojira! You know, we're laughing at them because he can't say Godzilla, right?
Yeah.
Well, the joke's on us because that's the actual name of that monster.
Really?
Gojira is the name of the monster, not Godzilla. Godzilla is the American version of Gojira.
My sister-in-law told me a story. She worked at Bridgestone. I know it's run by the Japanese.
75.
And it would storm out and thunder, and they would say, "Oh, Godzilla!" When it would thunder.
Got a raise here from Ben. He's liking the hearts so far tonight. King 10 of
Yeah.
hearts.
Oh, well,
D-Rock has hearts as well.
Oh, those-
4-handed.
the sharing and carrying is the thing. We got 3 players sharing their hand, and look at this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. And everyone's bundled together. Ben with an open ender, D-Rock with top 2 pair, Garrett with mid pair. Everyone but the OG gets a slice.
My history lesson.
Ben's going to lead out for 125.
And another derogatory term for Italians, they call them wops.
Garrett's going to call this. Now D-Rock looking down. So
Ellis Island, when they came in,
pretty sure I'm
most
best right now.
Italians didn't have papers, so they would write without papers, WAP, on their application for citizenship.
600.
Originally,
That's
they
right,
were
Buddha. I love the history buff at the table.
That's a nice bet size, and there's 555 in the middle before D-Rock acted. He makes it 600 to go. It's going to be 475 to both players.
I always found word origins to be interesting.
D-Rock going to take down that pot. Nice hand.
Got a brand new baby at home.
Yeah.
Just 2 to 3 weeks old.
Diapers aren't cheap, Vic.
Diapers are not cheap.
You think gas prices are bad?
And another one,
Jeez, diapers. That's a game changer right there.
for Christians, they would put an X. Cross. For Jews, they would put a circle.
Now, a diaper party with poker, that's the max value play.
Well, in Hebrew,
You have a newborn birthday or celebration party, you get a poker game, everyone's got to bring diapers.
Yep.
That's the max value play right
Absolutely.
years people
Well, the max value is to do that in nice weather so that you can do a golf outing and then a poker game.
there. Ooh.
Diaper party. I'm just saying.
You-
I've been known to put some really good activities together, some party planning, so if you need that, let me know.
I've been out max valued by my partner. I got to admit, he just smashed me. Live on YouTube, live at the reserve. That was a great idea, Vic.
Here we go, 4-handed. 3 of those hands are Jack 10 offsuit. OG John, the only one with ace, and a moose coming on the board.
Yeah. The moose is loose.
Check it around.
5, 6, 8.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody really getting anything right now. Now that card changes some things. Jack 10 by 2 players now gets an open-ended straight draw. I'm sorry, 3 players. Sheesh. And somehow Ace 4 is in the lead still right now with the best made hand.
Somehow. Let's see if he sticks around. Nope, he gets rid
I
of
don't
it.
blame him. All right, now everyone's got Jack 10. Who's going to show the
Who's
Lionheart?
going to be the aggressor?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Who's going to be the aggressor? That's the question.
There's the
And
Lionheart.
who's going to make a hero call? And this time it's not Ben. Buddha takes this down
And Buddha.
clearly just by betting it.
I like it, Buddha.
Nice move, Buddha. And Buddha now moves up above his original buy-in of $2,000. And we've got a dealer change coming in.
Oh, we got Mr. Charles Lambert in the house. The Chuckinator. Says, don't mess with D-Rock. Supporting his buddy.
Your real name, Edwin? Yes. Eduardo?
Chuck hope all as well.
No, on the end. No.
Chuck, by the way, was going to do me a solid. He was going
Yes.
to come out of retirement for one day if the Lions made the Super Bowl and work for me. We were so close at halftime, Vic. So close to that 27 or 24-7 lead. We're going to drop it. I'm not going to go farther in detail. You can imagine if that was the Bears with that lead at halftime, how
Oh.
you would be feeling for a week.
I
but
don't
yeah,
know
I'm
that
not-
I don't know that I'd be here tonight.
Yeah,
I'd still be
it was a swing of emotions.
yeah,
That's all I'll say.
I can imagine. I'd be calling the doctor to up my blood pressure medicine,
Drop down. Yeah.
which I don't have any, but I would have asked him for some, that's for sure.
Yeah,
So I feel for you, buddy. I was rooting for the Lions all the way.
yeah, it was a tough one. Hey, two playoff wins. They're in the right direction. That's all I'm going to say.
And what a weekend for football. I mean, there were some really great games.
Ben let go. A couple players with 7 deuce right there. Now, wow, we just saw 3 players with Jack 10.
Yes.
And now when we see a heads-up battle, Ace 6 suited
I wasn't there because I was riding my bike.
against Ace 6 suited. Here we go.
I was literally right around the
Well,
corner from my house.
Lumpy's going to free roll
Like, where you coming from?
a spade on the turn, but at the same time, Cam might look to take this down right now.
I got out of it.
I like how you started the story by
This
saying
is when
problem.
position is a great advantage in poker. You got to love when you get the dealer button. And Cam uses his position well and takes down that pot.
He does. I mean, I would challenge you to find a situation tonight where Cam doesn't utilize his position. Given situation like that, where it's just heads up, flop comes out that's pretty weak. The first player checks.
You probably call me on the spot.
Invariably, Cam is not going to check that again.
I
mean,
agree.
He does. He plays this game a lot. He plays cash all over Ohio and Michigan. Loves this game, and I think he plays position very well.
And am I being too blunt about Cam where I could say 95% of the time I agree with the way he plays the hand? And that's why I was so surprised on earlier with that set of 10, seeing that free card that got Ben in it. I think that was a rarity. I say that out of respect and a compliment for
Yes,
Cam.
right.
Because I rarely see that.
Cam now with speaking of Cam, he's got pocket sevens. He's going to raise this up pre-flop to 100.
I will say the one thing in that hand, OG, John, and Cam have this little
Here's
like,
another.
respected rivalry.
Yes.
And I think Cam was playing that set thinking OG John was going to get a little bit more aggressive than he did.
Yeah. And look at the grin there. Speaking of the rivalry,
Yeah, and they're
he's
back
looking
at
across
it.
the table at him. OG John.
And Cam's got the best of it right now with sevens. And this is not a bad flop. You would rather see 2 queens than 1 here in this situation with pocket sevens. I feel pretty confident here, betting 140.
I still wouldn't have played it, so it wouldn't have
OG John with the nemesis.
Garrett does have a spade draw. And he's going to call. He wants to see what comes here on the turn
Hey, he's got
from
a flush
Eddie.
draw.
4 clubs.
Now Cam's in even greater shape as that blank happens. Let's see if he keeps it up.
Jake, when did you start bouncing?
You know, if he makes it like 375, right around that range, I think with the flush draw, you're not thinking he's just going to smooth call you with a queen there. Oh, and he checks it.
Checks it.
Free card again.
Oh.
And another free card on the turn.
Another free
And
card.
and it bites Cam on the river. Second time we've seen a free card on the turn and a nice sized pot, and the flush is hit.
I've tried it too.
That
It's
whole
way
thing
harder
was
than
a
it makes
lie,
it look. Yeah. Did you set out intentionally to try to learn that trick, or it's just over the years that you
No. That's the only reason I got into poker.
Yeah, Michael, I agree that check there on the turn.
We were talking about
Now
it last
potentially
week.
going to cost Cam another
It's a very impressive.
$275 if he makes this call.
To go to a talent show.
And he does make the call, and much needed pot here for Garrett. Garrett trying to make a comeback.
And he is.
My roller goes
He is doing that so, Vic. Was that the third or fourth pot in the last, 30, 40 minutes from Garrett?
Yeah.
After he got felted? So, yeah, he's
Nice having him.
getting his back.
Taking some risks. And then capitalizing.
Quit giving him your hundreds.
When the situation is right.
I got,
I always enjoy watching Garrett play.
We've got about 40 minutes out there in the main room. If you're still interested in coming and playing the Wednesday night game, or I'm sorry, the Tuesday night game, $65 buy-in, which is also a high hand
Bob
night.
accidentally bumped into Dr. Boring's chips. Dr. Boring said, "Quit touching your chips."
Tomorrow night, $65 buy-in monster stack. That means you start out with 80K.
D-Rock here with Queens. He's going to bump it up to 35.
Last time we played.
Oh, now 10s for Jake, Vic. Another hand where we got some nice pairs. And Jake doing the same thing as D-Rock did earlier when his 10s were behind. But like I said, I always like finding out where you're at early. And let's see if D-Rock smooth calls just like what Garrett did against him, and he does. So this is playing out the same as earlier when we saw 10s versus kings. The 10s make the re-raise. The bigger pair makes a smooth call. We got a king-jack 3 board, couple of diamonds.
His own private ATM.
145.
And now Jake taking the lead here.
Yep, 145.
Dr. Boring's the best at needling people.
Boring, I hope you're listening. They're talking about you. Here comes the turn. And an ace. Will this slow things down, Dom?
Yeah, I would think so, but these are two experienced players, though, and they can mix it up at any time. So I don't want to put any limitations on anything, and sometimes scare the board. It also gives you opportunity to represent, and that's what Jake is doing now, leading out again for the second time. 300 in the Derek here. 605 in the middle makes it half pot.
Wow.
Derek lays down the best hand. Understandably so. Not what you want to see with queens, but more of just a really nice play from the King of Cleveland, Jake, coming in strong with those 10s.
Did you actually talk to him?
Playing it more like ace-king than pocket 10s.
Yes, he really
We
did.
had dinner. It was me and good guy Greg and Peaches.
Nice guy.
Nice guy Greg. Yeah, we went to the Texas Roadhouse.
Michael, you asked a question. What does the high hand pay? So that is just depends on how many players are in it. So there's not a set amount for the Tuesday night high hand. Right now, I believe there's about 26 entries in the tournament, as we would expect with everything coming up this week and this weekend.
Even Thursday. It really starts Thursday.
Yeah.
With our satellite. I saw our Wednesday last week was pretty busy, over 100 entries.
Yes.
So Wednesday nights are starting to boom. Big John Stud, let's go. The 5-4 suited, now over the OG with 6-9 of hearts. And it looks
A
like
groan from Buddha, followed by a fold.
2 peas in a pod again. OG John versus Cam. Going to the flop, 95 in the middle, and Cam and OG don't hit a pair, but both have draws. Cam with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, and OG John with the flush draw on the flop.
Continuation bet here from Cam. Pretty quick call there from OG John, and here we go to the turn. OG John looking for a heart.
And he would love the jack of hearts. Well, you got the 8 of hearts, so.
They go check, check. Here comes a free card. OG John trying to measure this up. What can I get from this young man yet? Puts a bet of 90, a quick fold from Cam.
Yeah.
And OG John now right up at his $2,000 buy-in.
Even Steven, as they say. Nothing wrong with that, especially when you sit down a little late.
So as if the Millie wasn't enough, there is all kinds of poker action happening this week at the Reserve. 11 o'clock, doors open. It's Thursday morning for flight day 1A. But also, that evening, we still have our $65 satellite on Thursday night. And then on Friday, we've got 3 ways to play. Friday morning, 10:15 tournament. Also the Millie Flight 1B. And then Friday night, another satellite.
And we got a ace-7, I'm sorry, 8-7-8 flop here. Another 7 on the turn. Garrett with the check mark now.
That's 25. Quick fold there from Ben. Lumpy wants to see another card.
Yeah, all the 8s are in the muck, too. That's why he's got the check mark already.
How much you bet this time?
3 of diamonds.
I'll give you for your 7.
And that's max value right there. You're not getting more than $25 out of Lumpy. I said sometimes you're not going to get a lot of value. You can squeeze every dropout when you can. That's what Garrett did there.
And as predicted, we've seen some shifts here in the pluses and minuses.
And don't forget, there's another 1,100 on D-Rock because we got the name changed to his proper name, D-Rock. So he's in the game for 2,000.
And he's got 33 next to his name.
Yeah, so he's actually the leader right now on the plus minus. He should be number 1 right now. So D-Rock having a good night. He's in the game for 2K, not 3,300.
Got 25 on the button.
And this is a 5-5-10 no-limit hold'em cash game here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. And a $25 button straddle now from the OG. Actions on Buddha. Lumpy now 7s, I think, again. These 7s have come up a number of times, and I think Lumpy's had them at least once.
Yeah, this is the second time Lumpy's had 7s, and he won the first time.
And a nemesis from Garrett.
Hey, remember, Lumpy had the little run good with 3 overs and the 7s holding in a 3-way pot.
So Garrett's going to raise this up to 75.
Oh, OG looking down on his straddle and seeing ace-jack offsuit. Can't be too sad about
Isn't
that.
that nice 2 cards to see when you're straddling? Gotta like that. So he's going to 4-bet. He's going to 3-bet this to 200. Lumpy already in for 25. Lumpy right at his initial $2,000 buy-in.
7s have been treating him well.
2 callers here, so a nice pre-flop pot of $600, Dom.
And again, the nemesis gets you in trouble sometimes. King-jack versus ace-jack. Garrett's going to be hoping for a king. And we get a 8-10 deuce board again. 7's treating Lumpy pretty good here.
OG John, after the checks, going to do a continuation bet. 235 is the bet. We have the luxury of seeing these cards, but given this flop, kind of like to see a raise, big raise here from Lumpy.
We've been seeing a lot of C-bets when you don't have it, where their players are just betting a third of the pot, and it worked that time.
It did work that time, and it worked well. Got the best hand again to fold on a C-bet.
Just normally, you know,
Gold or something.
just
Colleen, I think
automatic.
Buddha's feeling fine. He's been chatting quite a bit.
Face cards.
I got to chat with him before
I have face
the
cards.
Did you? Yeah, they.
night started.
I had pocket liquor.
He could have had anything.
Could have had anything.
They want a shitty ace.
And with everything going on here at the Reserve, be sure to go to the reservepoker.com. That's our website. That is always, I want to say almost, but always updated.
But you didn't have it.
Raise 35.
D-Rock now under the gun. I like this. Raising up to 35. Jack 8 of spades, but he's bumping into
Yeah,
Ben.
wrong time.
Yep. Jake wisely gets out of the way with a couple of diamonds. OG John also diamonds with Jack 9.
Yeah, but when you're the OG.
When you're the OG, that's in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
Not only card range wise, but financially.
D-Rock gets out of the way. Looks like we're going to get heads up action now going to the flop. 325 in the middle.
These two guys. Battle of the ages.
And we got a 4-7-8 board. Just a gut shot and 2 overs for OG. Nothing much there.
Ben's going to bet his queens.
I've said it once and I'll say it again, though. The most dangerous player on this whole live stream any day with a gut shot is the OG.
And the board pairs now. This young man puts out a bet of 400. And there's a quick fold there from the OG, who this time did not do what OG does.
Yeah, I think that was more of Ben making the proper bet size, too, on the turn. 400 to go with 1 card left.
And young
Pretty
Ben
steep.
joining us from Rochester Hills, Michigan for the first time 2 weeks ago. Ran really well, and he continues to play just a strong game here, Dom.
Yep. Definitely impressed with Ben.
5-7 of diamonds. I was calling the 39.
I don't use it. Can I just trade it in for a different day? They might see it. Yeah, why not? Certainly within their power to do it.
It's just hard for me to play poker during the day. Evenings, I can do whatever.
About to be on you, Jake.
Noon, I'd have to leave my house by 11.
Jake showing up just in time here. Looks
Down
down
at
at
ace.
ace deuce.
They all start noon.
OG not liking that 10-4 and
Buddha
not
down
liking
the
the
cutoff?
last hand he
Cam,
was
I'll
in.
take one, thank you.
See if Buddha gets aggressive here and bumps it up a little bit. Nope, just smooth call.
Smooth calling with a 5-4
Raise,
clubs.
start.
Thank you.
Do you want to call in the dark? Through the light?
Cam makes the call. And the option checked by D-Rock, and we're going to go 4-handed to this flop. Definitely a mix of cards, and 5-4 right on the flop.
Buddha. Smacking it big. Right now, though, not. Nobody else has a piece of it.
Right.
Guys, where's all my action in that?
Where is all your action, Buddha? That's a very good question. All your action got a whiff, a miss on that flop. Not quite 2 hours into this. We go till 11:15 tonight. We're close to 75. I know we're going to be up over 150 likes tonight. So please continue to hit
That's
that like
strong.
button.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Getting close to 100 right now, which is always our goal. Appreciate all the support. Smashing that thumbs up.
You got yours reserved?
Yeah, I do. You guys getting one? Nemesis hoodie? Dom made these hoodies with the Nemesis on it.
Oh, I'm working on it. 30?
Big John Stud, Ace King. He's been a little quiet. He's going to raise this up now. Make it 30.
What about the concrete Dave's hand?
Buddha posse.
They're probably not making them in them sizes.
Thanks, Buddha, for the hoodie plug.
Well, and Garrett, just a little dig there regarding the concrete Dave hand, which we now call the cement mixer. And here we are, heads up, deuces versus Ace King. Oh, I thought that was a deuce.
Yeah, for a second there, but pocket deuce is still in the lead. Second jack. Let's see if D-Rock. Oh, he's going to play it soft.
$40? 40 is the bet.
Just a little bit over half pot. D-Rock's going to stick around. He has the best hand going to the river. And did that pair the board? Nope. Deuces hold. The Mighty Ducks hand. Ducks fly
Wow.
together. Quack, quack.
Look at that. John might be telling himself that was a missed opportunity there. In position. Would one more bet have taken that pot down? We won't know. They both went check, check. And Derek, been a long time since we've seen him here at the live stream. Now with a brand new baby. It's great to have him back, and he's having a good night so far. Back to the action. Big John stud, ace 8 of clubs this
I
time.
couldn't even tell you
Oh,
the
yeah.
colors.
Puppy feet.
It's a black card.
I didn't see any. Black on the back.
Black
And
on
I'm
the
not sure if that was a call or a raise.
Pull it, 'cause I got two
He
black
did raise it up to 25.
It's a modest 25, gentleman's bet.
Garrett out of the way, Cam out of the way, back over to D-Rock now. He's also got clubs.
Everyone's got clubs.
Everybody's got clubs.
Why don't just have Ben come along and have like a deuce 3-4 club flop, just for old time's sake.
Jake just needed 15 to complete, and he does, so we're going to go three-handed to the flop.
And well, there it is. I was pretty close. 6-7-4 of clubs.
Oh, my goodness.
Big hand alert, folks. The king high and ace high flush. Ben right now thinking he should have called, but he's going to see pretty soon that it's a good thing he let go of that jack garbage.
Bet of 45. Big John going for an Oscar nomination here.
I mean, how? Yeah, guys, what's going on here?
Take a couple weeks off.
There's only 170 in the pot.
Pretty bad weeks in a row. Hands up.
I lost Friday night, but I got everything back Saturday. Lost.
160.
160 is the bet.
I like the adrenaline, but lose 3 times in a row. You're like, man, I should just slow down. 8,000 times 3.
Big John stud.
Yeah, when you're on a big downswing, it's
Always takes his time.
You don't really ready either.
Yeah, knocks you off.
Second guess yourself.
Reaching for raising chips here.
You keep putting
Will it
What
be
a
min?
cooler.
A min raise?
I sure hope not.
Range 425.
Yeah, you push the risk. Maybe you push the break.
Raises it up to 425. Tough decision here, and a quick call, though, from D-Rock. And a,
Wow, just a smooth call from Derek D-Rock.
yeah,
And he's going to get off for cheap.
yes.
Big John Stud's going to wonder, why didn't I get more chips in the middle before the river right there? But he still takes it down, gets some good value on the river. Man, but, woo, cooler situation right there. Yowza.
Lost the minimum, I think you got away cheap.
That's normally won't.
This is the reserve, Toledo, Ohio. Our Tuesday night staple, 5-5-10, no limit hold'em cash game. Max buy-in 2,000, min 1,000. We've had some real action here tonight. We're going till 11:15, and now we've got a $20 straddle. So the action is on Buddha.
Yeah, I got a lot of work to get done and playing till
Clubs again.
6, 7
This time
o'clock.
ace 4 clubs for Lumpy.
I can't pull a John over there.
Cam just gotta slow down just a little bit.
I need
Hold on.
$5
I didn't
for
realize
RG.
just grabbing. Which is gonna be 40.
40.
Just got the drywall done today. I got a whole damn house to paint. Don't work.
Oh, Lumpy announced a raise, thinking that it was missing the fact that there was a straddle, so Eddie correctly has him complete the raise. And now it's 40, and Jake picking up pocket queens.
From studs.
And OG John with the ace-king needs 205 to complete, and he does. Now back to Lumpy.
Band-Aid on it.
Easy fold for D-Rock.
Band-Aid houses.
In position, pocket fours.
I mean, he's ahead in chips right now. So I mean, if he's putting them on aces, kings, queens, you might want to see if you can go for a big one here and flop a set.
We saw a 4 folded by Lumpy, so let's see if the case 4 comes out on this flop from Eddie. Here it comes.
And we got a queen, ace, 4
Oh,
board,
boy.
and wow, OG John and Jake both hit it big. Jake in the lead right now with mid set. OG John with top pair plus a gut shot to Broadway.
There's that watermelon chip. So the bet is 650. 675, excuse me. OG John, top pair. King kicker. Runner, runner, diamond draw. Gut shot, straight draw. Makes the call, and now it's an easy fold for D-Rock with the 4s. And we're going to go heads up to the turn.
Yeah, 2100 Erdy in the middle, Vic.
Oh, and another diamond.
Yeah, now that opens up the window of opportunity for OG.
He went from 3 outs to 7 outs.
Yeah, it's a diamond or a king. I'm sorry, a diamond or a jack.
And Jake's going to go all in here. First, I thought maybe he had a little, like he was a little sick about that diamond coming out. But he's going to go ahead and push all in. And a call here from OG John, who has 7 outs. Any diamond that you see up there that already hasn't been. And Eddie gives us a great view. Make sure that the pot is right.
I think John's there.
I had queen 8 of diamonds, so I'd rather have Jake.
All in for the queens. A call from OG John. Here comes the river.
4,800 in the middle.
Big pot of the night.
Yes, sir. And it's a 9, and a full house for Jake takes it down. He's
Wow.
going to profit $2,600 out of a $4,800 pot. Nice hand, Jake.
Big hand here at the reserve. Going Jake's way.
You know, sometimes what scares you also helps you. Not in love with the 9 of diamonds,
No,
you know, in
he
case
was
the flush
not.
hit, but that was the whole reason why OG was in that hand.
Yeah.
Because of that flush draw
Right.
with the gut shot straight draw with top pair.
That has to get us some more like buttons hit. You got to love that hand, no matter who you're rooting for.
And up to 77
Great
right now.
action. And a dealer change. Top of the hour dealer change means that we've got a bomb pot. 9-handed, $25 from everybody into the pot. This will be a double board bomb pot. Young Patrick coming into the box.
Come on, hook me up.
Yeah, it's a range of 3 flop, same thing that you're gonna.
10 man.
The bomb pot button is on Garrett. Once everybody gets the 4 cards and we see the 2 flops come out, then it'll be on Cam to start the action.
It'll be hard to sweep this one, boys.
Buddha says it's going to be hard to sweep this
Yeah,
one.
those 2 type of flops, yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah,
Unless you
I-
literally have maybe like 9s and 7s or something like that, aces
Right.
and 8s.
Check.
You have 2 pairs. And here we go.
Check.
Somebody's muddling.
I have not seen any monsters right now.
Got a mystery hand here from Big John Stud. And so we're going to go to the turn with a free card.
Check, check, check.
Well, we don't see this very often from these bomb pots where
Yeah,
There isn't a whole
set of
lot.
deuces for Jake. And I'm seeing a few flush draws in heart, but Jack High is the only one, so no one really has a monster flush draw.
Okay, what's 50?
OG John now looking down at his cards for the first time. He's going to see that he's got a flush draw.
And he's just got a gut shot on the other board, so I could see him getting rid of this. You never know. Depending how froggy you feel.
Buddha open-ended on the bottom.
Right now it's 4,800.
It looks like the OG just added on some chips, but he's got to wait till the end of the hand to put them in play.
Everybody else is doing it.
Oh,
Two pair for Lumpy on the bottom. Open-ended on the top. Garrett with a mystery hand. He's making the call. Ben gets out of the way, so we're going to go four-handed to the river. Pot's now at 825. And that's 7. A 4 on the top. All of the flush draws went bust. OG John checks it.
Give me a spade on both. I got
And
two
we're going to
cards.
see a
I got
chop
room
here, I
for
believe,
three.
between OG John and Lumpy.
set of twos down below. Set of twos
Nine
down
and
below.
straight up on top.
Spade, spade.
With a heart. That's what I got.
Nine highs, nine high, look at the bottom.
Trying to see what Garrett has.
Oh, look at the wheel. And the wheel at the bottom.
Wheel at the bottom.
DFG in the house.
Yeah, the wheel got there for OG.
I need the king up top and the jack on the bottom.
The 5-3.
Just did. You get spade on both.
Three quarter.
You get 3/4. I didn't see that where I was at.
Thought I missed it.
Well, I needed an 8. I needed a.
Yeah, OG's going to be the benefit, the big winner out of this one. He's going to take half the pot. And Lumpy looks like he's going to take the other half.
No, he gets 3/4.
He's
He's got the wheel at the bottom.
Now, while I was rooting for your Lions to win,
Yeah.
I have to confess that then I think there were a lot of people just waiting to see what was going to happen for the Super Bowl, for our big Super Bowl party. There are still a number of squares left for that. That's a limit of 100 players, and that is on February 11th. That's going to be a great day here. And, Dom, I think now that the Lions are not in it, I think those squares are going to start going pretty quickly.
Yeah, I definitely think that some people were waiting to see what was going to happen with that. Understandably so. That's always a good time. We'll be here live, wheeling and dealing, myself and Vic for that party. Also, when we get off, it's not uncommon. Myself and Vic might even get antsy to play. So if you want to even play against the Ultimate Victory Cigar and Poker, come on up.
Raised.
Good food too. I remember last year we had some. Man, did they get Mexican?
We did
Oh,
have
sorry, that was-
Mexican.
That
It's
was
a little
delicious. I hope they go to the same spot.
Spades, 2 of clubs, and mark 10 of spades. 2 of clubs.
DFG in the house on the message board. Got Colonel here. Dan O. Kiwi. Chris is still here. Chris, always appreciate you. Is that B World? Oh, it's B World's B Day Party Super Bowl. Well, I just thought every day is B World's
birthday. Yeah.
Like the world should always celebrate the life of B World.
Three-handed now going to the flop, and a king right in the window for Ben, excuse me. I got my, and they're going to check it around. So now,
50.
not only with the top pair, but a flush draw.
Ball's 50.
And OG John's going to come along. The board pairs, but there's that diamond for Ben.
Ben again getting runner backdoor flush. Had a huge hand earlier with it. This time, though, unfortunately for him, he's not going to get paid off. But yeah, that's the second time Ben has gotten runner on the turn and river, getting a monster flush. First was an ace high, this time a king high.
Yeah.
You got to love those days, Vic, when you're playing 5-5-10 cash and you're running like that.
Yeah, I was with David a couple times out in Vegas, and Mizrachi was just firing roulette.
Oh,
Like, just
it's
firing.
unbelievable, right?
Oh, we got Peach in the house.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun, though.
Yeah,
They like to have fun.
Oh, yeah. It's good. Always a
I
good
never
time.
met the Megan with them, but I mean,
By the way, I thought it was such a classy move for Peach to be playing for his buddy on the last live stream. I can't tell you. That talks about what type of person Peach is.
Yeah.
Just when you have friends going through some health problems and you come on a live stream and you say, whatever I win today, I'm going to donate to the GoFundMe and whatnot. That was just, you like hearing that. You like seeing that in life. And Peach, we just, nothing but respect for you, buddy.
Here's a raise from Cam to 35. And a re-raise from 3-bet from D-Rock, and then a fold from Cam. So it's heads up between D-Rock, and look at what OG John does with this. Oh, and now a free card.
And we've seen some free cards really change things in this game tonight so far. I think that's almost the theme of the night. Don't allow a free card. Bet your hand, see where you're at, and if you have to, retreat, but don't be afraid to retreat. At least march forward. Keep the pressure on. That's how you find out the most information.
Deuce, no help to anybody. OG John opts to check this. And can D-Rock put enough out to
455,
get
maybe.
OG to call?
Maybe 200?
What is that amount? Under 200, I believe. No,
240.
over 240.
Okay.
And a fold.
He does not take the bait. Lets it go. It was a nice flop for the OG, you know, flopping mid-pair with the gut shot straight draw.
And after that hand with Big John, much needed pot there for Derek.
And it's not that expensive for the ambiance.
I don't know what Buddha was talking about, but he was talking about ambiance. I'm assuming when that guy goes out to eat, I think ambiance is a higher priority than the average Joe when it comes to Buddha.
I would think so.
Yeah, I think he appreciates the ambiance. Pocket sevens again, Vic. You were talking about them popping out.
They are.
But OG John keeps getting ace jack. Is this
Yes.
his third time?
I believe so. Ace Jack of clubs this time, and he raises it up to 80.
Hey, he had it on the straddle just a little bit ago. We just saw him with ace jack just a hand or two ago. Now getting it again suited. He's going to bump it up to 80. Garrett is going to come heads up action against the OG. Imano, 185 in the middle. There's an ace right in the window. Oh, wow. OG hitting it big. Not only just hitting top pair,
Yeah.
but getting the nut flush draw to go along with it. He's just trying to do a little pot builder here. Hoping Garrett's got a piece, and Garrett's a non-believer. He's going to come along. He's going to hope for basically just the 7 of spades. He's drawing the one out.
225.
OG taking down another pot here on Tuesday night. The Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. We are right around the corner. It's very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. The $1 million prize pool guarantee, joint venture between the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo and Mad River in Dayton. The day ones start the day after tomorrow. Doors open Thursday morning at 11 o'clock. $600 buy-in. chance to win some life-changing money.
25 to go.
Isn't that wild? That's just wild to me that it's already here.
Right, 75. 809.
Boy, they're talking about food now on the chat.
Call it.
Getting me hungry, Dom. Ben's going to raise it up to 75 with pocket nines. Jake, ace nine of clubs. He's going to make the call, and OG, after Big John's calls, man, we got a pot of brewing here. And Lumpy now with ace king, and right behind him, Garrett with ace 10.
Giddy up.
450.
And a raise there from Lumpy. This is one of the things that I had hoped to see from Lumpy earlier on with strong hands, and he does come out 3-bet.
He's playing them like aces.
Yes, he is.
Aces or kings, and I don't mind that pre-flop right now. If you could take this down to just ace high.
Big
There's
John
enough money in
Stud
the
was
pot.
so hoping to see a flop there with the 5-4 of diamonds, but he gets out of the way. Reaching for calling chips. OG, and does this price Buddha in with the ducks? Nope, he gets out of the way.
Yeah, I think if Buddha had a bigger stack, he might have seen the flop. But yeah, right now that's
Nice job by Lumpy getting rid of the rest of the field and an ace. Oh my
OG
gosh.
flopping the nuts.
Whoa.
Lumpy also with ace king.
Oh my.
Come on.
Oh, and he went all in. A snap call from.
Snap call.
Yeah, he's drawn dead. I mean, no, he's not drawn. He could get run. He could run runner ace king or maybe a 6 and a 9 then an ace. He needs to boat up, and it's looking thin.
That's
And
not,
that's
That
dead
doesn't
now.
help. Nope.
that's not. Nice hit.
Oh, a little insult to injury there with the heart on the river.
Oh, yeah.
But a big pot here for OG and a tough loss there for Lumpy.
Yeah. Yeah, 9.
Wow. OG smacking the flop. Taking a huge pot.
Huh? So some money would have gotten in there.
Nice hand, Jack.
Thanks, Lumpy.
It's a big. You got ace 9? Yeah.
Yeah, I flopped the nuts once.
Buddha.
Seems like yesterday.
Says I flopped the nuts once.
I think Carter was president.
Back when Peanut.
Up to 85 likes or just 15 away of 100. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate it, guys.
OG
Get
John
close.
took a hit early on and then re-upped, and now he's building a wall over there.
Yeah, that is the OG wall. Yeah, and there's OG. He's got 7K in front of him now.
You got 1,000, Greg? Who's got 1,000? 10 to call.
Ben now with the suited ace is going to come along for 10.
At least you won't be bouncing them like Jake.
OG John on the button looking down at King 9 offsuit. He just won a big hand. I expect to get bumped up a little bit. He's going to make it 40 to go.
Call. Call. 4 players.
And all 4 players are going to the flop now. 185 in the middle. And an ace right away. Followed with a 3 and a jack of diamonds. Just a gut shot for Lumpy. Ben with bottom, or I'm sorry, 2 pair. He's going to lead out for 150. And it looks like he's going to take that down with ease. Ben.
Ben joining us from Rochester Hills, Michigan for the first time 2 weeks ago. Had a really good run, as I mentioned before, and continues to run well tonight. We will see him as well coming in for the Millie $1 million prize pool guarantee beginning on Thursday, day 1A, $600 buy-in.
That's a lovely script there.
And for all the information on all of our day ones, as well as there are still some satellites, be sure to take a look at that opportunity, because so far we've got about 120 people that benefited from either the satellite or the drawings, turning a minimal amount of money into possibly life-changing money, $200,000 guaranteed for first place. Ben's going to raise it up now with the Nemesis, make it 100 and no callers. That's a good way to play the Nemesis, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't like those words, Vic. To play the Nemesis. But yeah.
You don't like that sentence.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
But if you're going to do it, yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's hard for me to say.
We're going till 11:15 tonight. We are at 90 likes. We just need 10 more for 100. I believe we're going to be at 150 before this is all said and done tonight. We've got a great crowd. We appreciate everybody's participation in the live chat. One of the conversations, if you're just joining us, one of the conversations we had earlier is, tell us about those big sessions you've been involved in. There was a conversation on the table about what's too long or what's not long enough. Is it 8 hours, 12 hours? If you're going to play cash, do you sit down and say, look, I'm only playing for this amount of time, or do you say I'm only going to play for this amount of money? In the meantime, we've got four-handed going to the flop, smallest pre-flop pot we've seen so far of the night.
Yeah, OG John flopping the best of it with 9-6 on a 6-4 deuce board, couple of spades, hits top pair.
75.
Cam does have a gut shot to the wheel. Really the only other player to get a resemblance of anything on there. And looks like OG John's going to take this down with ease, as he does. Bringing in yet another pot his way. Nice hand to OG.
The first 45 minutes to an hour of this game tonight, we were kind of saying how we really didn't have anybody stepping up to be that aggressor. And now that OG John is building a wall of chips, we're going to see some aggression, continued aggression here from OG. Now, if you're sitting down, if you're at this table and you see that aggression, Dom, is that an opportunity?
Yes, and I would say this, though. We've seen some players, check, and we even saw a hand, where we saw the ace-high and king-high flush get flopped and the pot wasn't nearly as big as possible. I think if you're with OG at the table and he's got this many chips, if I'm a player, no matter what your hand strength is, you play it the same way,
30.
and you hope to hit it big, and he likes to be sticky at times. Put yourself in a situation where you can win a big hand by building that pot up on the turn, on the flop.
Look at this flop for these guys here.
Yeah.
They're going to go check to a free card. That 7 of clubs really doesn't help things. This is going to come down to aggression, and Cam looking down. He does have the ace.
Yeah, Cam's got the superior hand.
He does have the superior hand. And he's going to take that down 32 hours at Foxwoods.
Yeah, but I
that
definitely
is quite
think
a run there for Cash Cody, saying back in the day, which tells me maybe you wouldn't be up for that today, Cody.
I definitely think if you're a player at the table, though, Vic, and you see the style of play from OG John, you have to be licking your chops a little bit because you know he's going to give you action. And I think OG knows that, and he relishes in it at times. He wants you to think that, and he'll come in with a wide range, play any two cards at times. We've seen him call, 200-300 with like a king-6 suited in hearts.
Yeah.
So he's at a point where he wants to be, when he can see more and more flops and turns. And like I said, this just makes the game a little bit extra juicy. And here's OG John. He's going to bump it up to 55. Just speaking of how his style of play changes when he gets a lot of chips. With
Lumpy.
Jack-9 of hearts.
Lumpy now Queen-10 of hearts. And Garrett now with pocket 9s. He's coming along.
Yep.
Queens are cheap right now. Cam folds one.
I think D-Rock loves
I got
this.
the old Manuel shuffler here.
It's probably built in the table, but they wanted like 10K.
He makes the call. Ben gets out of the way,
Couple of days
as
until
does
it's gonna break, and then how you gonna fix it?
Jake.
You have to know someone that
I
And
know
we're-
it was 7-3 suited, but I was a little surprised. Big
Yeah.
John Stud just with 4 players already in. Let's see a flop there, but I mean, as you can see, his clubs were hemmed up there. And now we get a Deuce King 6 rainbow flop. Pocket nines are currently in the lead.
and he bets him $50.
We're right here.
Yeah, that's right. Manuel.
It's paid $0.
Derek not willing to surrender yet.
Well, he's going to peel one more.
One of those nines into the muck. And we're going to go heads up to the turn from young Patrick. Ace of hearts.
And Derek hits a jack. D-Rock with the run good.
One pair.
Johnny, did you hear Glenn, the old poker room manager at Greektown, passed?
Really? No kidding, he's out there at Blue Chip or wherever. What, is he still out there?
He ended up moving to Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Yep, and I didn't know it. but
And
him
D-Rock
his
still
wife-
with the run good. He's up to 3,100. He's in the game for 2,000. So $1,100 profit right now so far for D-Rock. Playing some
They
good
had a
cards.
convenience store, and they had just bought a piece of land. They were going to build a house.
Like I said, D-Rock, we wanted to change the name to D-Rock, so we did that when he had 3,100 in front of him. So what that did is it reset his win-loss ratio.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear. He's in the game for 2K, so he's actually up 1,100 right now. So he should be in third place, right up between Ben and Big John Stud. I think it's important that we change it to D-Rock.
It might work for like craps or something, but it is not going to work for poker.
Chris Roberg saying 4 years ago he played 44
He
hours
was walking to the grocery
out of a
store,
48-hour.
and a big dog
A
came
3-hour
along.
nap in 8.
Could be.
He grabbed a rock to defend himself, and the excitement gave him a massive heart attack, and he dropped dead in the street. Did you?
3 players now. A couple of them with clubs and one guy with diamonds, and diamonds come on the board for the most part.
Great poker room manager.
Was it hard to come
110.
Garrett liking his position. Bets 110. Back over to Lumpy, who's got ace-8 of diamonds.
You remember?
And Lumpy's going to raise this. Oh, no. I'm sorry. He makes the call. I saw all those chips out there. I thought it was a raise.
He looked like a girl
And we
star.
go to the turn, a 4 of hearts.
He ended up chasing everybody
And
else.
both players on a draw. Electing to see a free card, and Ace High is still in the lead for Lumpy.
He's got long hair down the center of his back now.
And he's going to bet 250.
He's trying to bluff at it, but he doesn't realize he has the best hand.
Or he picked up on something where whatever Garrett was doing didn't come to fruition, which was the open-ended.
Yep, they were both fishing and they didn't get a catch. Put Lumpy rakes in the pot. Nice hand.
I don't want to see any, I would worry about that.
92 likes. How about 8 more?
Ooh, we're close to 100.
Very close to 100.
92 already. I
It
love
helps us a great deal, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate it.
This is our 5-5-10 game OG. $10 straddle Buddha now. With pocket deuces, just limp it in. Gonna see
There wasn't much.
what goes on. Underneath the gun, always a tricky spot. Oh, D-Rock looking down at ace, queen of
More when
diamonds.
you're ahead.
Raise 50.
That's not too bad. No,
Whatever.
we're
It just don't like 1,800.
What was your first line, too?
50.
Go. 3 players.
The 3 players now going to the flop. Deuces, 7-6 offsuit, and ace, queen of diamonds.
You know,
We'll get it back.
Got a little bit of everything.
We're going to double
I like
up
the way
through
you
a few of the
think,
people.
check. Check.
And a queen right on the flop on a 3-queen-8 board. Top for D-Rock.
90.
Say no names, I don't wanna win.
This is just going to go through quickly, I believe. No callers. And another pot for D-Rock, a.k.a. Derek, with a shout-out to Mackenzie and Stella.
Yeah, nice hand, D.
Now, I know you've known Derek for quite some time.
Yeah, worked with him for about 2 years, and I will say this: Derek in the poker field, Vic, is one of I was in management for about 8 out of 10 years. I was in the casino field, and Derek is in the top 5% dealers.
Yeah,
That worked for me. When I talk about, he's up there with like Mark Schimmelfennig, who I see.
Yep.
There's Jordan Moss, Kevin Lysak. Those names stick out to me as some of the best dealers that I managed in the field. And yeah, I would probably put Derek up there with Kevin Lysak, Jordan Moss, and Mark Schimmelfennig is some of the best dealers I've seen in my time. Not only run a great game, but fast and efficient, getting lots of hands out per hour.
Very good PLO dealer.
Yep. And knows the balance of when to talk and just when to deal.
Right.
And, he's friendly at the table, but when there's a serious big game, just does his job professionally.
Garrett's going to bet his ace, and I don't think he'll get, all right, never mind. I'm going to stop predicting who's going to call and who's going to fold when we got OG John at the table. He's got a gut shot here. This time it's a rag. OG John wants to see where he's at, so he's going to bet 100. Garrett's going to make the call. And the board pairs. Will this prompt a bet from OG John, and will that bet be big enough to get Garrett off his ace?
That's the ultimate bluff card if you wanted to pull the trigger. I mean, not only the flush got there, but a second 9, but
check the showdown.
It's a little bit on those players have played against each other many hands. He knows that Garrett's capable of having a wide range.
Like 40, 42.
Little sign of respect from the OG.
41, 2, something.
We're not trying to bully his way for a victory.
Like 43.
Dr. Boring is actually on the chat. At least he was for a while there. He might have gotten up to go get a sandwich. But back to Derek real quick. Do you know where he's originally from? Because I always thought Derek was kind of a local native, if you will.
25 straddle.
And I asked him where he's originally from, and I'm just wondering if you know where that is.
I could have just went and got it, John. I didn't know you
Okay.
My bad.
2 of spades. They want another one. He wants another one. 2 of spades going on the monk guys. 2 of spades. 25 to call.
97 likes, by the way. We need 3 likes to hit 100. Who wants to get us there? Let us know if you're the 100th like. We'll give you a shout out.
And Lumpy now, pocket 9s against some little cards.
Yeah, and we got a 8, ace, 10 board, all spades. Lumpy doesn't know, but he smashed it. Normally that's a horrible flop for 9s. Let's see if someone tries to get their bluffing shoes on. Oh, that has to make it feel a lot better, though, hitting that flush with the ace and the 10 out there.
And he's going to go ahead and bet it. But quick folds are going to come from both Garrett and OG. So Derek is from Fort Jennings, Ohio, originally. And to be honest with you, prior to tonight, that's the first time I've ever heard of that town.
I've never heard of Fort Jennings, Ohio.
All right.
Then again, I grew up in Michigan. I lived in Ohio for about 10 years of my life. Well, out of my 40 years of existence, majority of it's been in Michigan.
They need to like
They need to have a small.
We're at 104 likes now. I know we're going to get above 150 tonight. We've got a great show for you. This is our 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game, the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. And now with a $25 button straddle,
She can't say anything. She works at one. You better.
Garrett's going to raise it up to 100 with pocket queens. Young Ben been kind of quiet. He's had a good night, but quiet lately. And it's going to go back around to OG John. Quickly, let's go with that 3-4. A suited king here for Buddha. And he folds it.
This is what Ben did on the last live stream, Vic. He's kind of quiet for an hour, then he gets hot for an hour. But if you notice, that hour he gets pretty card dead. He doesn't punt off and call off a lot of his profit. He will make you earn your chips back.
I'm from like an hour away. Rochester, so like Detroit.
Oh, okay. You guys know.
We can make it that game.
Zero. Let's go to Detroit.
Yeah, the action down there is crazy. But at the charity halls, the action's even crazier.
Better than here.
Sometimes, that's what people say.
Raise 35.
And D-Rock with Snowman, pocket 8s. Ben behind him, too, with pocket 6s. He's coming along. And Jake looking down at King Queen offsuit. He's going to 3-bet this up to 150. So we got a little pot builder on our hands, folks.
And now we got 8s. 115 to call for Derek. After the 3-bet from Jake. King Queen offsuit. There's a call.
I think Ben.
Ben, who got things started here, gets out of the way with his 6s. And will go heads up.
That's a tweener hand.
Not sure with that look, the roll to the eyes from Jake. I think he was hoping to get another caller.
So it goes pretty fast some days when they have like the tournaments, you know.
D-Rock in the lead here with his 8s, but a bet, continuation bet from Jake.
And these two have been going at it a few times.
Yes, they
up.
have.
It's fun to watch them play.
I don't think you can have a club.
No, you can't.
And Derek again going to come along.
Because the casinos swing a lot of political.
Now 755 in the pot. Here comes the turn.
And that's not a card that Jake probably wanted to see. The heart gets there. Still floating with just king high.
This is going to help Derek if it slows Jake down.
Well, we saw it last time, though. Jake also took this as an opportunity to represent something bigger, and that's what he's doing again against Derek. Betting 500 with 3 hearts out there.
There's the watermelon colored chip, $500.
Yeah.
Same crowd.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
It's the same
I
thing
never even
happening.
thought about it like that. Yeah, that's why they do it.
It's the same thing happening in Texas right now. You know, the governor originally approved all these club.
Derek right now replaying how the hand was played in his head. He makes the call, like, do I really think, if I thought I was right on the flop, do I really think he had a flush draw on that?
And he's got to dodge a king or a queen, and he
Still
does.
has the best hand.
And he's going to check it and check to showdown, and he stays in there with his 8s and takes down
Very nice read.
an $1,800 pot here.
With pocket 8s. D-Rock not running good on that hand. Playing good on that hand.
Playing good on that hand, absolutely.
Didn't get bullied.
Yeah, I think
Stuck with his read. Playing some great poker. Nice hand, D-Rock. And going against one of the better 5-5-10 players in the whole state of Ohio, Jake.
That's when you have the governor.
Gotta be a little quicker than that, You're like, shit, I gotta wait till he reloads to make it work.
And then the governor basically went back and forth.
Zach was telling me he went to last game. That's crazy.
Yeah, brought his son, he's trying to get me to go. I'm like, nah. He went to the.
So he took his son instead?
Yeah, he went to the Lakers Warriors game the night before, the one that went double overtime, and he left right when the first overtime was starting.
I mean, I guess
Because he wanted to get out of traffic.
Yeah, if you're not a Lakers or Warriors fan, that
Yeah, it looks like Derek now gets a walk.
Good game, 145 to 144.
So 2 in a row, even though it was only $10. Hey, win's a win.
Huh?
I kind of know what happened, just don't tell me so.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see it either. I just saw the final score.
I started watching it the other day at the poker table. I didn't know.
3,000.
Michael, I thought you were trolling there, Ken.
Or not match.
No, I'm serious.
No, I know now. Like, you know, you're like, oh, I'm watching an episode. I thought you were like being funny. I'm like, oh no, he's being serious.
10, 15, $18,000 stats.
Oh, yeah.
Big blind.
And we had to have 2 tables, most of them.
Big blind.
Oh,
So you got full.
Yeah.
thanks.
Yep.
Yep. Jake's going to be first to act here. Looking down underneath the gun.
Danielson coming in.
Yep. Trained by Mr. Miyagi in the arts of dealing.
OG John, King 9.
I've been in Jim.
I thought I'd see a raise there, but he's just going to make the call. Cam now with King Queen, and he's definitely reaching for raising chips, making it 50.
Yeah, because I try to get like, I'll try to put a 5-10 list up and stuff sometimes.
And here comes a call.
There's no point because we're short dealers, or I'll ask what. There'll be 45 people in the 2-5 list. I'm like, you guys gonna be open tables? No, we're short dealers.
Heads up action. Here comes the flop.
People on the 2-5 list.
When we got 10-10 ace
On 1-3.
on the flop. King high for both players. Cam
There was probably
in the lead though.
open tables, right?
Yeah,
That's
they
what
were
I'm saying.
pretty full.
That's what I mean. Yeah, there's probably open tables, and yet they didn't even. Yeah, so a lot of times they at least have those 2 like back tables open.
Yeah. And then I saw a big list on 5-10. When I called in, I said, put me on the list for everything.
So Cam takes down that pot, and Dom, he and OG are in a conversation, and then they wind up getting in a hand together. I got to tell you, I like Cam. Never missed a beat.
Nope, just casually throwing
Just
it out there.
continued to talk. Made his continuation bet after he was the pre-flop aggressor, and he takes the pot down.
Usually that's not that great a game. It was good.
You know, typically when you see someone at a game, whether it's a tournament or cash, and they're talking, and suddenly they get quiet, that's a tell one way or the other.
That's just a
I think.
case of an experienced player.
That's an experienced play right there.
Buddha, by the way, looking down at Ace King offsuit. He's been waiting for a big hand, and he's going to just come in for $10.
The reserve list.
Lying in the weeds, hoping someone pounces. And now Cam with Ace King suited in diamonds on the button. D-Rock with pocket queens. Big hand alert, folks.
Big hand alert.
230.
230 is now the bet from D-Rock with pocket queens. Jake gets out of the way.
And Jake showing ace 10 too makes D-Rock's queens even look even stronger. And now a 4-bet.
4-bet to 500. Cam in position here on the button. Ace King of diamonds. Will we see a 5-bet?
It's hard to be in this position with Ace King. It's almost like you either want to raise or fold. But I mean, at the same time, you are on the button, so you can just. This is the one time where a smooth call. But now, if you call 500 and you know the original raiser, if he jams, what do you do? Do you just want to get rid of 500 like that?
And we just saw the VPIP earlier. Buddha really not up high there, so Buddha utilizing some table image here to play these like aces or kings. And is that part of what Cam is utilizing? But he's going to go ahead and make this call. And a call, so we've got
1,500.
One heck of a pot brewing. Pre-flop 1,500, and here it comes.
And that's a great flop for queens if I'm D-Rock, and he's going to check first position.
And
all in for Buddha.
Here from Buddha.
2 fold, Cam. I'm just folding 3.
Oh, and he played it like aces or kings, and that's what they thought he
And
had.
he shows it.
And he wins with the 3rd worst hand in that scenario.
Yeah, you could tell by the facial expression on D-Rock there. A little puzzled, confused by Buddha shoving with Ace King.
Nice play, Buddha.
Yeah.
I'm jotting that one down, Tom.
Yeah, I'm calling it.
End of the night, we talk about what's the victory hand of the night. We've seen a couple of really well-played hands, but that one, I don't know.
Oh, I'll say this. I mean, Buddha.
The limp raise got me a good one.
The limp raise, that was a nice play by Buddha.
I wouldn't have folded. I probably wouldn't have folded.
They have that up there. They have it in Columbus.
Yeah, you'd have to
The
fold.
way it played, though, he did make it look like kings or aces limping in for 10. Seeing a raise. Re-popping it up to 500.
Don't try that at home, Jake.
It's almost like Derek's basically admitting that he was priced in the call on the pre-flop, thinking he was behind with the queens and just seeing if he could hit a set, almost playing it like it was 4s or 6s.
Yeah.
Raise me, I fold, buddy. You know that. Yeah, I should have shoved. He doesn't.
They will be talking about that hand for a while. In the meantime, here we go to the next hand.
Yeah, Buddha bluffs and takes down a $1,000 profit right there.
Garrett's going to get the best of this flop. OG John gets a piece of this with the Jack 4 and bets out.
I'm 3-betting and you 4-betting if he just jams. I have to call.
Garrett comes along. Cam with a gut shot. And he makes the call. So three-handed going to the turn. Danielson in the box. Here it comes. Queen of Hearts. OG John.
2 pairs still for Garrett, firmly in the lead.
Yeah, but you.
I think he put you on jacks.
I mean, the issue is.
Garrett's just making the call here. Cam gets out of the way, and now we're heads up going to the river.
Man, with all that out there, you don't even know. With 2 pair, I'm surprised that you didn't want to try to take it down there. Even the ace. Now Jack 10 gets there. You never know if there's like Jack 10 of diamonds or hearts. But yeah, he's going to bet 200.
And a quick fold there from OG John, and a much-needed pot there for Garrett. Struggled early on. He's trying to make a comeback. Yeah, Tommy, he did bet like he had aces on that hand. He was telling a story. He kept the story going after the flop, and the other 2 players believed it.
I go all in, you call, he folds. Then we chop it.
Garrett now
Raise the 35.
continues to try to get something going here. After taking that pot down, ace 7 offsuit, raises it up to 35. Big John stud. Dirty diaper. 2-3 of clubs. He's going to make the call, and OG John gets out of the way. And we're going heads up here to the flop.
Check. 35.
And another pot here for Garrett.
I've had a lot of like.
Chipping away. Pardon the pun, and thank you for the welcome back.
They can break to the table.
I like it. I like how we go out there and do that. Keep me here.
Crack me on the table. You're like, yeah, I just lost 1,000 playing blackjack out there.
You go for weeks
I wish that was.
and then
I wish that was like.
I'm up 2,500 this break. Oh,
It's tough to beat.
10 to go.
Trying to stay away from. Try.
Garrett wants to see if he can keep things going. He's going to just make the call here with 5-4 offsuit. D-Rock now. And now Jake, King 10 of hearts in position. What's the raise? Going to be 60?
45.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's going to raise it up to 45.
If you rip it pre-I call too, that's the issue.
OG John, 9-6 comes along. Buddha, 7-6. Needs 35 to complete. Out of position, so he gets out of the way. And Garrett
You only have these 200,
That's
and
what
if you
I
only have two
Likes the action,
30
so
or
he
whatever,
comes
that's
along.
like going for 20.
150 in the pot pre-flop.
I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Jake clearly in the lead with the king 10 of hearts, but look at that flop.
7-5 deuce.
I could have aces
Rainbow.
just 'cause,
Mid pair for Garrett.
When you flat at the 5, your range is a little
Gut
bad.
shot for OG.
I like this bet from Garrett. Little pot builder.
Yeah, Jake even floats one. Well, now OG takes the lead, but that also gives Garrett an open ender.
100.
Garrett bets 100. Finally, Jake gives up on that. Gets out of the way. OG makes the call. Oh, OG doing what OG does. Another 6.
Whatever you need.
Yeah, and the OG takes down a pot. Nice hand. The heat is on.
I told you, my mom thinks, what cards are coming, right? I tried to explain to her, there's no way you could possibly. She says you got some, a gadget in your ear telling you what's coming next.
I heard the hand beat, didn't he? The other one.
She's convinced of it, because there's no human being alive that lucky.
There's one.
Well, some people would argue with that comment, Buddha. Is there anybody as lucky as the OG? Yes, the OG.
Call.
25 to go. Big John stud. Let's go with the ace on his button. Couple of calls around the table.
Right in OG John's wheelhouse is that 10-9.
Yeah, and for 15 more, Lumpy's going to see a flop with 5-3 offsuit.
Garrett's going to check his option after that straddle.
We got a 4, 10, 7 board. Top pair for OG. Couple of gut shot straight draws are out there. Lumpy has one. Jake has one.
Ooh, little cross-eyed look there from Jake over towards the OG. He's making this call here.
OG does pick up a flush draw with his top pair.
And Jake gets out of the way after a $75 bet.
Yeah, OG's just killing it in the last 90 minutes of this live stream. Things are going the OG's way. He's playing multiple hands, multiple ranges. Hitting some flops, hitting some turns, hitting some rivers.
25 on the button.
It's all there for the OG.
Yep, OG with a $25 button straddle. Action's going to be on Buddha.
Get down a suited queen. But first to act, he elects not to play that position. Understandably so. D-Rock now with ace-king offsuit. He's going to make it 100 to go. Ben gets out of the way. So does Jake. 3-6 Mafia in the house. Nope, not anymore.
Call.
And OG's going to go heads up with queen 4. And we got a 9-3-8 board.
Check.
Derek first to X, going to check.
Check.
And now OG picking up a queen high flush draw when Derek hits top pair, top kicker. A little bit of an action card right there on the turn.
Call.
125 and a call, 470 in the middle, and the 7 of diamonds does nothing for OG. Derek still with the check mark now.
Check.
And OG reaching for the bluffing chips. I don't know if this is going to work. I think Derek's
25 on a call.
D-Rock's hand is too strong. He's going to make the call. And Derek is going to take down that nice pot.
285.
1K in the middle going over to Derek. Nice profit. Oh, man, I see Concrete Dave is on the message board saying, apologizing he couldn't make it today. He had dishes to wash. Fair enough. He still has made a name for a hand, the 9-4, the cement truck hand. Oh, my gosh. That was still one of the biggest hands on this live stream that we've seen with the old 9-4.
35.
Dave, if you're out there listening still, I still say when you come in next time, you just got to go by 9-4 Dave as your tag. Cement Dave has been replaced. 9-4 Dave is where it's at. Dallas, Texas in the house. Mom, thanks for tuning in. Always appreciate the support.
Indigo. 30. Raise to 30.
We got ace queen offsuit for Big John Stud. Raising up to 30. Folds are on the table right now. D-Rock, the only one remains. Looking down at the queen 9. I think he likes that price tag. He's going to come along. Heads up action. Three deuce 3 on the flop. Quick check from D-Rock over back to Big John Stud. And a free card on the turn is a 10 of clubs.
Check. Check.
Couple quick checks from both players. Now with 2 pair out there.
Ace high.
Yeah. Threes and deuces.
Button move.
Ace high plays. Just a little baby pot for Big John Stud, but it adds to his amount. Hearing talks of a triple straddle at the table. That'll be interesting.
I meant in one hand.
King of Cleveland first to act. He's going to fold quick. 10-8 for OG John coming along for $10. Oh. Nice.
Raise to 75.
75 the go from Cam with the Nemesis King Jack, and it's going to walk right into, wow, it's hemmed up pretty bad right here. The Nemesis King Jack is running the Ace King suited by D-Rock, also booted with Ace Jack. And we got a re-raise, understandably so, from D-Rock up to 210 with a 3-bet going around the table. Couple quick folds back over the Cam.
Call.
It looks like he's going to make the call.
Heads up.
And wow, D-Rock flopping the nuts on a 7-4-3 board, all hearts. Check mark the D-Rock. He's not going to slow play. He's going to try to, hoping that Cam hit anything here. We can see the cards. Trying to disguise the nuts like it's just a casual C bet.
310.
And Cam non-believer right here, thinking it was just a continuation bet, is going to represent what D-Rock has. Just a smooth call from D-Rock. Interesting now. Cam trying to bluff. And the ace on the turn. $400 from Cam here. If D-Rock can just smooth call, we might see Cam ship it for $960 on the river, and he might be able to get all his chips. At the same time, you're in that situation where if he's just holding maybe the king or queen of hearts, or maybe a pocket pair with a high heart, you sometimes want to get it in on the turn. Multiple ways you can play this hand. And there's a 9. $1,900 in the middle. You have $960 in front of you. Can he pump the brakes, or is he going to ship it all in?
Oh, the nemesis is getting him in trouble. Or maybe not.
And he's all in. Then, yeah. Flopping the nuts. Wow. D-Rock with a smooth call, getting all of it.
Just
winning a big one. $3,800 in the pot.
And Derek will now be our chip leader.
Could see that one coming.
By quite a substantial margin.
I can get some.
And yes, Brent, there is always one out there on the message board. You are correct. 5-6 of hearts could be the straight flush. My apologies. You always got to have that guy.
Yeah.
He's just going to volunteer for it.
And we've got a dealer change, and it's the top of the hour, so that means we've got a bomb pot. And Nick, if you're still watching, I believe this means we've got a seat open. We are now 8-handed. Everybody coming in for $25. The pot's going to be $200 for this bomb pot. Adam coming in. Yeah, Baloo, that is a big ouch.
D-Rock played it well. Didn't look overly excited. He came out making it look like a C-bet. Cam then put the pressure on him, which, I mean, a lot of times that play will work, but it was just the wrong time in the wrong place. And D-Rock with those smooth calls end up getting all the money in.
As soon as this bomb pot's over, I gave you an update on a couple of things.
And
in the meantime,
eight deuce ace. And Vic, we said this on the last bomb pot. I think Buddha pointed out. It's gonna be tough to
sweep.
That.
Yeah.
Check. Check. Check.
Unless you got Jack, Jack, Deuce, Deuce.
Check. Check. 150.
Ooh, pocket aces for OG flopping top set.
Makes a 150 bet. Buddha now. 2 diamonds, 2 hearts.
Oh, Lumpy, what a miserable hand they'd be dealt. 4, 4, 4, 3. I know we always talk about the good ones, but I just got to point that out. That is ugly.
That is ugly.
Garrett now?
Yep. He's got the flush draw on the top.
With a gut shot.
Big John Stud out of the way, and now we are heads up. Quickly heads up to the turn.
Garrett now hitting the flush.
On the top and a flush draw on the bottom.
Wow. Garrett now with the chance to scoop. This is dangerous for the OG.
He bets 500 and a quick call here. The most excellent floor manager, Brian Smith, coming in, providing some chips. And here comes the river.
And he gets there.
And he gets there. A flush on both boards. Goes all in.
For 645.
And all the things that OG John liked about the flop has suddenly gone away.
Seeing 3 clubs out there. And you just having a set on one board.
Oh, wow. Making the call, and Garrett.
The game is heating up, folks.
This game is heating up, and Garrett now off to a rough start. Continues to try to climb his way back up out of a hole, and that was a big help for Garrett.
You can just feel it in the air. The no limit fever is going around the table. Chips are flying.
Our tournament tonight had a decent turnout. They're paying top 5 places. And Kiwi Colleen, I stepped out there real quick to get that update. I mentioned to Marty that you said hello. She said, oh, say hello. And turned around to check on something else and came back, and Marty had been knocked out. So I'm taking the blame for that one.
You're the mush.
I brought her some kind of bad luck there, but we're getting close to being down to 2 tables.
And she brought you brown water.
And she brought us gifts, not only Saturday night, but tonight. I feel terrible. The other thing I want to update everybody on is that we will have the No Knit Thursday. Even though the Millie starts on Thursday, we will be here again live streaming Thursday night. But a little change of things this Saturday night. Let's get back to this hand real quick. Earmark that comment real quick, and not much for anybody here unless they want to bet at it. And they check it all the way down. And Jake taking this down with Queen High. So this Saturday will be day 1A. Or 1C, day 1C this Saturday starting at noon. And we are going to live stream that on Saturday night. We will not have our regular Joe Poker show on Saturday night. We will not have, but we will have tournament action for day 1C on Saturday. We'll be starting that right at around 6 o'clock with a start time of noon. Chances are that'll fit right into what our usual schedule is for our live stream, concluding at around 10:15.
Starts at noon, right?
11, 12 probably.
I don't know. Jim usually like has a good idea.
The thing is, he's got the blinds to where they just shoot straight to the moon.
Dan's asking if we'll have a stream on February 8th. To my knowledge, we are doing all our normal live streams on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday during the Millie. And then, of course, we'll be doing day 3 in the final week of the $1 Million Guarantee on a Monday. So, yeah, a lot of cash action, Millie action going on here. Got our Super Bowl action coming up. Exciting time live at the Reserve, folks, on YouTube.
Have a good night, Baloo. Thanks for joining us.
Otis in the house. Shout out to Otis.
You pick which one when you win.
You can pick whatever flight you want.
Pick the flight you want. But a lot of people pick the first flight. But what they should do is pick the last flight, and then they can always come change it at the last minute.
That's always a good option. I agree with Buddha.
Yeah, if you're going to win a seat via a satellite or a drawing, and you can't make up your mind, best to just pick the last flight.
Yeah, you
then
can always
as your
come in and
schedule
change
changes,
it.
you can always come in earlier. Once you pick that time for your flight,
125.
you are open to change that.
I want to play Thursday, but there's a live stream I'm going to play. So I don't want to still be in it with the live stream.
Heads up.
OG John getting frisky here, coming along. We got 125 in the pot by both players. 8-6 for 7-4 suited.
Well, I want to try
OG John flopping top pair.
Like you said, if I make it a debut for some reason, I got
150.
more
150 to go
play more.
from the OG.
$3,000.
It's a 3,000 double back.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 2,000.
And if you need to build a
But
bigger
maybe
stack.
the money
Mid
is the
cash, yeah.
1,000.
And if you need to try to build a bigger stack.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just skim in, you know.
That's why I was 150. Get money play twice. How to really get above average stack. I would probably.
And that turn we did get a gut shot.
I'd rather spend time in a game like this.
Now to the river.
I just like the cards, don't matter where.
I find this way more relaxing than a tournament. Tournament's very stressful for me. The whole time I'm just like on 10
500.
when I'm playing cash, there's no. Oh yeah. Landmines. Holding the best
You can
hand.
dodge them.
Not sure what that river was, but OG did bet 500 and took it down. Nice pop by the OG.
The worst is when you got a big hand and you got it all in and somebody calls you with
Jack.
something they think's good and it ain't even where near good. And then they come running over and fuck you.
Derek coming back, having a really nice session so far.
I paid my 600, leave me alone. Play the way I want.
Most likely they'll pay another 600 next day.
I apologize in advance, but I'll see you in the tournament.
We got Sarge in the house.
You tell me,
Back to
Jay,
the action here.
I'll give you a pass. I know
Ace
you're
queen.
A good player playing bad, not a bad player.
D-Rock.
For D-Rock, who's really having a good night.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
going to
like
make it
being beat by
50.
a good
Got
player
$6
who
grand in
plays
front of
bad.
him.
You know, that doesn't bother me at all. It's when the complete vacant-headed people that have no idea which ends up and gets there on me. That's when that just makes my skin crawl.
It's not nice to talk about me when I'm
And
at the
OG
table.
coming along with ace-9 offsuit. Buddha now, king-7. Garrett with the queen-9 is going to call.
Garrett likes
Three-handed.
the action. He's going to call with the queen-9.
And Garrett's in bad shape though right now. Both of his
Yep.
cards are sharing with an ace.
And the
Trouble
9
flop for
comes.
Garrett. Yeah, 8, 9, 6 on the board. Rainbow flop. OG by far flops the best of it.
Good discipline there from D-Rock. On a board like that with those two players, best
Yeah.
to get out of the way.
Now that's a great card for Garrett. Gives him a few more outs. Free card, and he gets there with the free card. Another free card on the turn.
Another free card on
And
the turn.
The player behind gets there for cheap.
That's been the theme tonight.
Mm-hmm. That turn has been neglected in multiple hands tonight.
One pair.
Ace 9.
No raise there, and I think because of the diamonds, that slowed things down, but another nice pot there for Garrett. And chosen one, if you get a chance, we've got a VPIP request. I know that we saw a little bit earlier. And then a chip update. We would greatly appreciate it. And there is the VPIP for tonight. Jake Buddha and Big John Stud down at the bottom of it. OG John, Garrett, and D-Rock at the top of that list.
And we do have one seat available if you're in the area.
I know how to bet when I do it to you. There's a difference.
Garrett under the gun with Jack 10 of diamonds, and he's going to smooth call this. I think in a different position, we see Garrett raising with that hand.
I think he called out the exact cards.
Spade, spade.
Just $5 here for Buddha to complete.
Oh yeah, the clean diaper. Buddha's in
Well
there.
at the bottom of his range, as would be for almost anybody.
Not a way I can make
And we have a 9 queen 7 board, couple of hearts, top pair for Lumpy.
And he bets that pair.
Yeah. Open ender for Garrett.
75.
And so he's going to raise it up, make it 75. Lumpy, weak kicker here with the 6, making it a tough call. Garrett putting the pressure on with his open-ended.
This is the problem with queen 6 right here. I mean, what do you want to go forward with on the turn in the river? Lumpy's going to make the call. And now Garrett hitting the straight and also getting a royal flush draw.
That's funny.
cost me thousands.
What was on the board? Was it like 4 of a flush on the board or something?
Yep, Lumpy gets out of the way. No
called
sense. Garrett shows him the Jack 10 of diamonds.
You made a player out of him.
Even though he was ahead, that's still the right move to make.
Concrete Dave in the house.
Yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna need.
Asking for the VPIP. I think we just put that up there,
Yeah,
Dave.
we
I
just
hope you
put that
saw
up. Concrete Dave, and I'm not sure if you're aware now, the 9-4
The cement mixer.
is now what we, Dom and I, refer to as the cement mixer.
Yep.
Because Buddha was the recipient of that 9-4 action, we actually did get his buy-in and permission to do that. But
I think Dave, after that hand, should maybe, give him a new driveway or something for free. They repave his driveway.
I was wondering why he's clapping today.
Exactly. People on the live chat, you're just their favorite.
Jake's going to raise this up now to 75,
Heads up.
On a good night, I'm usually about 8.
and OG John makes the call.
And Jake does hit a gut shot to Broadway.
100.
Little C-bet action. That's good enough to take it down. Get 7 high the fold.
Jake with one of the lower VPIPs tonight, but having a very good night with regards to his stack. And you can see the cumulative winnings that we mentioned earlier. I think Garrett is, or Derek's profit is actually a little higher, right? Has that been adjusted?
Yeah. D-Rock. D-Rock is actually more than 2,800 ahead right now. He's at about 38, I'd say about 3,900 ahead. It was about 1,100 off because, like I said, we changed his name. So he was up 1,100 at the time. It was 3,100. It said he was in the game for. He's only in the game for 2,000. Now, he might have added on a little bit. I'm not sure because OG John got sick. But, yeah, to my knowledge, he's in the game for 2K. So he's having one great night so far.
Lumpy's got the 10s, raises it up, shows everybody the 10s. Takes that down pre-flop. And we've got around $26,000 here on the table. This is a 5-5-10 no-limit hold'em cash game. Min buy-in of 1,000, max 2,000. And we have seen some players re-up. Started out the night 7-handed, waiting for a couple of players. They showed up 9-handed, and now we're back to 8-handed. This is going till 11:15 here at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. And we've got a $25 straddle. The action's on OG. He's going to make the call with Jack 7 of spades. And a raise of 80 from Garrett with Queen 9 of clubs. And he is starting to press the action here.
Big John stud. He's going to make the call. Same hand.
Same hand. Different suit.
OG's live.
OG is live.
Jack
so
7.
He's coming along. 3-handed, 255 in the pot already. Here it comes, Dom.
We got, oh wow, look at this flop. We got a 8-ace queen board. So both players hit their queen. But the OG hitting a flush draw might end up taking this down. 175 to go. Oh, Big John stud. Get a little gator blood in him.
Interesting that Garrett got out of the way there.
And now the flush hitting for OG. And you got to love seeing that king.
Oh, yeah?
One of your overs sitting on the board.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
About 2007.
Oh, okay.
Glory days.
Yeah, right.
360,
My glory days were a few years
365.
before 2007.
How'd you go all the way over there to play poker?
So I was a junior. My buddy
360
was
is the bet.
graduate here. He was going to
Yeah, it's going to be
It was
enough.
my
Yeah.
college visit.
Hey,
Getting
quick
out of the
question
way.
for you, Vic.
Yes.
On
In his dorm room.
the ladies' live stream on Saturday, who were the big winners?
Marty did well.
We had Jules, Tenley, Susan.
Tenley had a tough night.
Okay.
Put a sign right next to the college.
Jules,
Yeah.
trying to remember, I think there are a number of people watching tonight. Might be able to help me with that memory. In the meantime, Colleen asked, how's Marty doing in the tournament? You had stepped away, and I let you know that I went in there to let her know that you had said hello. This is all on me because 2 minutes later she got busted out of the tournament. We're down to about 2 tables now.
Yeah, Vic mushed Marty.
I blew that one. I should have just kept walking. Don't make any eye contact. Leave her alone.
Little small town.
Lumpy now with my favorite hand, pocket 8, Snowman in the mix.
And he's just going to call this in the cutoff.
Well, all the 8s are out there. We just saw 8 deuce go
Yeah.
in the muck, 8-7. It's an OG John's hand, so 8's not looking too good right now.
5-handed here going to the flop.
And we got a 3 queen 6 board. 2 players hitting top pair, Ben and Jake.
Ben's going to go ahead and bet it. He is clearly in the lead here with his jack kicker. Jake making the call. And OG John coming along.
Cheeseburger in the house. Thanks, Cheeseburger, for hitting that like button.
Now we're 3-handed going to the turn. A 2 of spades really makes no difference to anybody.
Bink.
125.
Ben bets 125. And look at Jake's read here, getting out of the way. Wow.
I think that's respect for Ben. He hasn't really done anything outlandish tonight. He's been playing solid poker.
Very solid poker.
Jake's sitting right next to him, probably picked up on that.
Does Shimmy live close to you?
Down the road.
Somebody talking about making a bat signal for Shimmy.
I think Shimmy might be playing on Thursday. Just not sure he'd be coming in today. He is in dad mode a lot.
Thursday, no knit Thursday. We've got already a list going. Not enough yet for a feeder table, but that could change quickly if you're interested in playing Thursday night. The other thing that could change that is that we've got so much poker action going here on Thursday. Got a lot of people coming through the door on Thursday for day 1A.
By the way, Michael J. on the message board says hello from Tennessee. So Tennessee in the house tuning
Tennessee in the house. Michael J. Just in time to see the King J.
in. Right, the king of Cleveland, Jake. 3 betting up to 225. Pocket 10. So OG John now picking up ace king. Big hand alert, folks. Ben now with the nemesis. We've seen this hand get players in trouble tonight, haven't we, Vic? And Ben.
Yeah,
Smart player. Let's it go. Heads up action now. 560 in the middle. And we got a queen jack 4 board.
granted, the King Jack would have hit there.
Every hour, you get kicked off and they bring somebody else.
And OG with a little bluff there with
A
ace
little
high.
bluff, and he gets Jake to let that go.
500 or something, is it?
Yeah, you buy him max 500. To run out of chips, you got to go to the mustard and buy over there.
We got a question. What is the minimum buy-in for Thursdays? Thursdays, it's to the 500. It's a 1-3 game.
Well, the Thursday is just the $500 buy-in. I don't know, is there a minimum or is this a flat 500 for the No Knit Thursday to come in?
No,
Or is there a minimum?
To my understanding, it's to the 500 for any 1-3 that we have.
Okay.
But here's the thing: on Thursday, I don't. When's the last time you've seen anyone not buying
It's
for the
always big
max?
fun, you know, but every now and then somebody will
It
ruin
seems
the
like
fun
it's
by
almost
telling them,
that
"Oh, you
action.
gotta show
The
up."
game plays so much bigger than a
Now,
1-3.
we made a
Yes.
rule
You're
where
really
Sure
handy.
does.
I mean, I think the minimum you
the
want to
guy,
come in is
show
400 in
their-
that game.
their hand, you get their chip.
And right now, with our 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash game, we've got about $26,000 on the table. Been some great action. We are going till 11:15 tonight.
Every 3 or 4 hands, you get a couple guys.
All this action. We're still not to the power hour. Jake now going to raise this up to 45 with the king-queen offsuit. Oh, he's calling the raise from Garrett. Excuse me. King-queen versus king-10, and a king comes on the board, Dom.
Yeah, 5, Jack, King, couple of diamonds. Both players hitting top pair. Be interesting if a diamond hits on the turn. Let's see what happens. And an ace, kind of an action killer right there. Oh, and now King 10 comes from behind. Gives Jake 2 pair, gives Garrett a straight.
And just the right amount there from Garrett. Bets 50, a call from Jake, and another pot here for Garrett. Looking to be the comeback kid
I
tonight.
never know until the last minute.
Rough start here tonight for Garrett, but he is working hard
But
to build that stack back up again.
I'm almost certain that they're not, because they're going to be short-handed out there with all the people wanting to play their first flight. So they're not going to have an extra dealer to come in and play. And they're thinking about canceling the rest of the Thursdays for this month.
Well, Buddha, hold off on that.
Yep.
Right now, the timing has been working out for us.
No, they're going to have the
No,
Tuesdays.
the flights are
running,
never on Tuesdays.
but they're canceling all the Saturdays. There's no live stream on Saturdays this month.
I'm sure by 6 o'clock there's gonna be some open tape.
I don't know if none of that's official yet. We're going to.
I'll go get clarification as long as Buddha brought it up.
6 o'clock satellite.
Three players now going to the flop here. 90 in the middle. We have a ace 5-7 action flop here. Two players hitting top pair, with OG John actually hitting 2 pair, and then Big John stud with an open-ended straight draw. Everyone's going to see the turn. Queen of clubs. Big John stud almost looking up, doing a little counting. What's the math there? Yep, and he's going to call. All 3 players in for 100. 465. Ooh, that almost looked like he hit the straight, but nope, he needed a 3 or an 8. That was a deuce. OG John still with a check mark with 2 pair.
We're normally pretty good games. Sometimes sometimes no limits a little nitty, but there's enough tables.
JF in the house. JF, hope all is well, buddy. Hope you enjoyed your Royal Rumble. Good seeing you on the message board, my friend.
About to turn 20.
Anybody got more blue chips?
I got a bunch. He's got a bunch of them. I've been in the poker. It's weird thing, but
You want a stack?
20-year-olds
Yeah.
getting into poker. It's not like. You
I was
know,
at
yeah.
Soaring Eagle, you know.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was just messing around.
Yeah.
Lost like a couple hundred. And I was just playing at the charity rooms one day.
OG taking it down. Back to the OG with a suited, ace.
30.
And everyone's got an ace. Buddha gets out of the way. Lumpy's going to make the call with the bigger suited ace, ace jack. And we got heads up action going to the flop here on a 9-3-5 board. Couple of diamonds. Continuation bet from the OG, the initial raiser. Lumpy lets it go, shows ace jack. On the message board, JF is definitely excited about the road to WrestleMania. Touche, my friend. Got Concrete Dave in the house. Kiwi, Hollywood still on there. Love seeing you guys active on the message board. Always appreciate you guys. Also, thank you for everyone who's done that like button. If you're just tuning in, smash that thumbs up. We are well over our goal right now, so everything is just dessert. We appreciate you guys. Also, if you're new to the live stream, hit that subscribe button. There's also a little bell next to that subscribe button where you can get alerts when our live streams are going on. We're about to have a 1 million guaranteed prize pool tournament, so you never know when we decide to jump on here and even give some of that action when we're able. Jake's going to raise it up to 75 with King Queen suited. OG John is going to make the call with Ace 5, heads up action, and wow, 3 of a kind for OG right off the rip. Jake pumping the brakes. OG leading out for 75. And Jake, not a believer yet. Coming along. Going to peel 1.
Sure.
Hand does not improve.
150.
And the white flag goes up.
Deuce.
OG John playing some good poker tonight. Looks like the victory scar is back. Getting some information for the public. And Vic, what's the update?
Well, and just to clarify, yes, every Saturday we will be, during the Millie, we'll be doing whatever's going on here tournament-wise with our day ones. And then on Tuesdays, those they're not affected at all by the Millie, so the Tuesdays will continue to go along as planned in our live streams. This Thursday, we do have the No Knit Thursday with a really good lineup, and next Thursday we've got people signed up already, and really not an indication that we will cancel next Thursday in terms of the live stream for the cash game. So that's the update that we have.
I like hearing that.
Yeah, we both like hearing that.
Now, are we going to still be doing our free roll tournaments on the Millie days? I don't think so, I'm assuming. That'd almost be overkill. That's actually a good question.
Was there a three-way all-in and a side pot that I missed while I was gone?
No.
No. Okay.
Big blind.
And we got a Queen 3-5 board, all hearts. Top pair for 2 players, D-Rock and Ben. Ben with the best of it right now, leads out for 150. And D-Rock with a nice fold there, not getting married to it.
A good king? A good queen?
No heart.
Yeah, I didn't know that heart either. I missed pretty bad range.
Nice fold by D-Rock, though. All right, back to the next hand. Big John Stud looking down at an ace-4. First to act, lets it go over the OG John. No interest. Yeah, not a lot of playable hands so far. We've seen 6-3, 5-4, 7-4, 8-4 now. Garrett with pocket deuces bumps it up to 50. Jake's going to give him some action with 7-4 suited and diamonds. We're going to go heads up to this flop. We have a ace-5 king board, couple of spades. King pairs the board. Wow, and actually 7 high is in the lead for Jake now. He's going to put a bluff out there.
And Garrett, I think, said I would have liked to play the board.
You had pocket threes.
Jake takes that one down. Yeah, it's pretty hard to play the board on when you got a ace, ace, king, king, 5 board. Yeah, pocket 2s, 3s, or 4s. That's
How's your night, Pepper?
no bueno. It looks like we got a $25 straddle from the OG. Buddha's going to be first to act, looking down at 8-7 suited.
I didn't play with Odie. Got one more.
JF, it's too bad you can't make it down for the Millie. I understand this is not the great time of the year to travel down from Montreal. And I hope you're staying snug and warm up there. But certainly when the weather breaks, we look forward to seeing you down here again.
Absolutely.
There's no way that food is that.
3 players now going to the flop here, 25 apiece. We got a Jack 9-4 board. OG's going to put a feeler out there with bottom pair. He's in the lead currently.
Figured out what he had that hand. They blasted it. Heart hand. King Jack, no heart.
That'd be interesting to look at.
King Jack off, no heart.
Oh, that's actually what he had?
Looks like we got a button straddle now, too, of 25. Starting to take over the $25 straddle. More chips are on the table now, late in this live stream. Stacks are bigger and deeper.
King Jack with no heart.
You had King Jack? So you had nothing, just airball.
Pocket 6s for Big John Stud.
I was wondering, I felt like he couldn't have anything really that you'd play it that way, so I was like,
Well, we all know OG likes Jack 9.
Raise.
Lumpy gonna bump it up to 100 with Jack 10 suited and spades, mixing it up a little bit. D-Rock though, timing's everything in poker sometimes. Looks down at pocket queens. Ladies.
$270.
Raise 270.
He's gonna try to get this heads up.
Tommy's asking a question about the shuffling. Answer that right after this hand.
And he folds, makes a nice fold. D-Rock takes down a nice pot pre-flop. He's going to profit 165.
Here at the reserve, we do not have mechanical shufflers, and so we use a standard form of shuffling. I'm saying that as we're watching Patrick do it the correct way, and that is riffle, riffle, and then cut, 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 and then riffle, and then a cut, and then you deal the cards out. This is the same shuffle that we use here on cash games as well as tournaments. It is our desire here to do that in every single hand. And if you're ever playing a tournament here and you ask for a wash, that does not happen in tournaments. The tournaments are under
time blinds.
So there's my queens.
So to keep things fair and square for each table
By the way, Garrett
in the tournament.
I'm sorry, Vic, but Garrett flopping 2 pair. Then we got a flush draw from OG John here. So a little bit of an action flop brewing. 2 players that have gone toe-to-toe throughout this live stream. A deuce now comes on the turn. 110 in the middle. Check, check, though.
7s, 8s, and 9s, like literally 7 or 8
And OG John misses. Garrett gets 3 pair. And it holds. Wasn't sure what that was going to entail. Those two love the tango.
Oh, I know. $25 shot.
Yes, you can ask in a cash game. Keep in mind that in any scenario in No Limit Hold'em and Omaha, the dealer's objective, one of them, is to get as many hands in a half hour or hour or within the time frame as possible. So if you do get a wash, it's going to be minimal. Here we go. 3 players to the flop.
Yep.
Back to some action.
Yeah,
Look
10,
at that.
9, jack, rainbow board. Pretty flop, but not for anyone in the hand involved. Second 9 on the turn. OG John now with 2 pairs with his 4s. He's going to bet out and just see where he's at. I don't blame him. Everyone's acting like they're allergic to the pot. They don't want it. Show some interest. Now it's coming your way. And we even got a question about the wash in cash games. We normally don't do washes in cash games either.
Because we're on a time.
Like I said, players, you know, washes, and in my personal opinion, washes, and that's all just a player with superstitions.
I agree.
And that changes nothing. You're going to get the cards changed around, so mostly it's just to appease someone who's superstitious or, you know, thinks that the luck is not you know, on their side. So we tend to not do that. I'm sure maybe sometimes in a cash game when we've been having a cash game go for maybe 7 hours, maybe one time that night, maybe a wash has happened once. I'm going to make an assumption there. I have no facts behind that.
Right.
But in general, we don't like to wash cards because it really just goes down to, you know, one player might want that, but there might be also, you know, the other 8 players don't want that. They just want the next hand out. That's more of a home game thing, I think, when you're playing in the garage or in the basement and you're just having fun and no one really cares. They're not on a time rush. But, yeah, a lot of times, you know, when you're playing at an establishment, most of the players want to get as many hands out they can per half hour.
And I'll be blunt about it. I mean, if you're the player that believes that you need the deck washed, candidly, I believe if you need a little change of scenery in the table, get up and walk around.
Yeah.
Walk around the room, walk around the block. If you're in a casino, walk around the casino. Get your mind back in the game again. To Dom's point, the wash really isn't going to do much you want to change things, your best change is going to be the change of attitude or the change that happens internally.
Yeah, I think that's a mental thing. I agree with you, Vic. And I honestly think an effective way, too, for that is actually ask for a seat change button.
Yeah.
And maybe if a player gets knocked out, then
Or-
you're getting a different view, a different spot at the table.
Yep.
But, yeah, the card washing and the deck changing, that's just a hoopla and a waste of time, in my opinion. Just slows the game down for one player.
Back to the action here. Three-handed Garrett made a pre-flop raise,
OG John, the only one that hit with the 4-3.
and he's sticking to it. And now another paint card. Garrett's going to bet this again. This time 75, and that continuation bet followed by continuation bet gets him the pot. That's a nice, you know, you and I have had friends that have moved out to Vegas to live permanently, either retire out there, and they're playing poker out there. And one of the advantages that they say that they have is they have multiple casinos to go to, and oftentimes the casino that they go to has multiple tables. So not only can you request a seat change, but you can, do a table change or even get up and go to a whole nother casino. And oftentimes just that getting up, moving around,
Does anybody ever fact check you?
deciding that whatever you're doing at that table wasn't working for you and it's time to change the scenery. It's kind of the advantage that you have being in an environment where you can
See TK in the house.
Yeah.
Shout out to TK.
You know about lumping, don't you?
Terry.
Yeah, there's your fact.
I love TK.
And we got a
I
queen
bet
six,
TK even
6-4.
does that in his home game.
I believe it.
You want to wash? How much money you got?
Yeah. And the ace on the river hits lumpy. That locks it up for him. 2 pair. You can play the queen on the board. Fired out for value, but no one had anything. But yeah, the $25 straddle is starting to become a thing. Big John Stubb putting in there. This game is getting juicy, folks.
Surf 6 days out of 7.
Chris in the house.
The problem was
Always great to
gas
see
money.
Chris on the message board.
That's all we needed, is gas money. So we would go to the local truck stop and take a little pad of sticky notes and write lumpers, $20 per hour, and then the phone number. We'd stick it on all the trucks. And we'd get a job damn near every other day, all summer long. And those truckers, I never knew it until then, but they're responsible for unloading their own trucks.
They don't want to pay for it. Yeah. And that's why they hire the lumpers,
Yeah. And at $20 an hour, we're making a fortune back in, 1982, 83, 84. And the truck drivers were very appreciative, but they would call us any time of day or night. We used to get calls 3:30 in the morning, come out and unload I remember when this guy was hauling lettuce, and his load shifted inside of his truck. We had to unload his truck and then reload it.
Did you say, let us unload it?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, lumpy.
Is that the cheesy joke of the century?
There's a groaner.
Oh. Let us unload it. Oh.
Garrett with the polite smile there.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I do like that story, though, from Buddha.
That's like hearing a random story about unloading a truck of full lettuce.
Yep.
Like anything you can hear at the poker table.
Look at the Super Moose coming out, and Jake's betting his 5. And he's going to get folds all the way around and take that down.
It's the first cousin of the Moose, right?
Yeah.
7-5. Especially suited. Also, Connecticut in the house, but via Florida tonight.
Where are you at in Florida? Someplace nice, I hope. Got a good friend that's down at the Keys right now, sending me pictures of fishing out there.
It was the biggest one.
Makes me kind of wish I was down there with him.
Did they roll it on steel pipes?
Oh, actually they had
harness.
This machine that kind of takes the steps.
That's cool.
I don't know what it was called.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate it. Yeah, we need to smash that like button. Got an hour and 15 minutes left, and I had said earlier I know we can get to 150. We're at 126 right now. Please help us out. We appreciate it. Garrett's now going to raise up to 75 with pocket tens, and OG John now aces. We have not seen aces in a while, have we, Dom?
No. And what a dangerous player to get aces, who likes to raise with just about anything. Garrett staying disciplined, just with a smooth call. Going to see a flop here with tens. Ooh, and this could get him in trouble, though. Deuce, 3 deuce, couple of spades. Both players also holding a spade in their hand. OG leading out for 150. And Garrett might want to see where he's at right now, but no, he's going to smooth call. I don't blame him, though. He seems like he's playing this one pretty disciplined.
Another 4, or a 4, I should say.
Another good card for the OG in this situation, and he's just going for the value town right now.
Yeah.
And Garrett again, just a smooth call.
Almost reluctantly, though. You can see the look on his face. What am I up against here? And that jack is no help. I don't see OG letting go of this. I don't think there's any kind of bet here Garrett can make.
Yeah, I think OG was hoping that Garrett was just floating maybe, and he's going to try to bluff here. And that check from OG is going to get him some value. And yeah, he even tells OG good check. OG is going to profit $800 out of that $1,600 pot.
You sell it legally?
Nice hand,
Yeah.
nice play, OG.
Chris, Treasure Island is beautiful.
Where at?
Actually, my niece lives there in Treasure Island, and then I've got a sister-in-law, brother-in-law
I think
that
I've heard about like I've seen
live in St. Pete, almost just about 5 or 6 blocks from downtown St. Pete, and I'll be heading down there in April to visit them with my wife.
You're not supposed to ever have a.
That's definitely a great area.
So when it first got legalized, it was like a gold rush, right?
Oh yeah. We were
Yeah.
making all kind
It
of
was
money.
like
I
gold.
was selling ounces for $300.
Yeah.
Now I'm lucky to get 100.
That's what that's what this one guy was telling me, because he told me he makes about $1 million a year, and he was like, yeah, I used to make $3-4 million a year.
Lumpy now
I didn't realize how
with
small
ace
that
10
was.
suited and hearts. He bumps it up to 40. Couple of folds around the table.
Ice cream truck coming around.
Big John Stud with another suited ace is going to make the call. And now
John's-
Buddha's going to look down and see man, suited aces are going around the table, Vic, like candy. It's Halloween.
No kidding.
Trick or treat.
Diamonds versus spades versus hearts. Oh my.
Silly too, though. Of all the drugs
what you did there.
Young Patrick getting the pot right. Here comes a flop.
Ace right in the I'm sorry, a heart right in the window, but we got a rainbow board with all these suits.
Big John Stud getting the best of it.
At least the dolls like write it down.
Continuation bet from Lumpy. Raising chips coming out from John. That'll be it for Buddha in this hand. He gets out of the way. Lumpy with no real redraw here, whether it's flush or straight.
The what?
The permit to sell.
Well, there's two.
If he makes this call, he'll basically have 2 outs going to the turn.
When the law was originally approved for medical marijuana, it was designed for small mom and pop.
Nice hand for Big John Stud.
Lets it go.
And then blowing it out.
Yeah.
And Big John Stud takes that down.
The number of plants you could do, and
Lumpy wouldn't mind trying to see a comeback here with about an hour and 10 minutes left of tonight's live stream. I would say with tonight's lineup, there's probably a pretty good chance that they'll continue to play on after we're done here, but we will be done televising here at around 11:15. Our next live stream will be this Thursday for the No Net Thursday.
that was basically it.
Still some spots available
But then a few years ago,
to
they
be on
went
the feeder table,
recreational, and at that point,
but Saturday
the
night
came, and then
Stay tuned for the live streaming day 1C
$1,000 a year for a license.
of the Millie.
Where with the old mom and pop.
Now Ben with the ace-jack offsuit, he's going to raise it up to 75.
For the license, I mean, it's not like $100 or whatever.
Buddha looking down into Queen Deuce.
think I
Yeah,
saw
not any big interest there.
Go through it. It's like 80,000.
Ben's just going to take that one down
just to
pre-flop.
fill out the application.
Yeah, and if you, that was something similar.
And then once you get it, it's like several $100,000 for the actual.
25.
Yeah, and if you apply and get turned down, they keep the money.
Yeah.
Same thing in Michigan.
So did it cost you like 100,000 at least?
Well, me personally, I fall under the original.
We're going to go through the shout-outs again real quick here. Started that out early on. Some of those shout-outs might already be in bed, but some of you still watching. Lumpy for his mother, Carol.
I thought about
Derek for
going
Mackenzie
big
and
time
Stella.
When it first came out, but I was anticipating
King of Cleveland. Shout-out to his wife, Lisa.
You gotta
And
come up with
John
60 grand day
to his
one.
wife, Jamie, and his 3-year-old boy, James, who I'm sure is probably in bed now, but loves watching his dad here on the live stream.
To do it. But nowadays, most of the growers that I know have gone out of business.
Here we go, 3-handed into this flop.
Dispensaries are
315 already in the pot.
teetering on going out of business. It's really hard to make money at $100.
And Lumpy gets the best of this with Jack 8.
I mean, there's
They
billboards
check it around, a free card now
Free weed.
to the turn, and another
In
8.
Michigan, they literally sell those, you know, those grand cards. They sell those 15 for 100. So
Yeah.
like 4 years ago, it used to be 4 for 100.
Right. Well, even before then, I was selling them for 30
Lumpy
bucks each.
checks
Yeah,
it,
$40 each. Yeah.
and this is a check raise to all in.
Yeah, with the straight and the
Now,
flush draw, he's not
$10.
playing around.
$15.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody wants to pay more than.
Right, right. So it's
And he's going
And
to take it down.
did that well. I think he got
basically.
think you got max value there?
I mean, I don't, not max value, but I definitely like that play, though, because there's a lot out there, and especially 3-handed, and you got OG John in the hand, too. He could be on anything. So you might as well shut the door. If you want to play and suck out, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
But he knew he had the best hand at the time. Didn't get greedy.
No.
Take what's yours right then and there when you know you're ahead.
People that didn't know anything about
Tarantula Nick, yeah, we will be live streaming starting at around 6 o'clock this Saturday, day 1C.
He's not inferring that I'm one.
That starts at noon. So at around 6 o'clock, we should be down to just a couple, maybe 2-3 tables. No, I'm going to guess maybe 4 tables. But we'll start with that evening with a feature table
Wasn't that on a Cheech and Chong movie?
and go till about 10:15 Saturday night.
It's all come together now. Grew up in California. Professional.
Buddha now with pocket 4s
dispensaries, sales.
after a raise from Ben. He's going to make the call.
110 today. 110.
Garrett's going to make the call with King 10 of Hearts. Oh, I take that back. Garrett's going to 3-bet this to 110. Ben's been a little quiet lately. He's having a very good night. He's really picking his spots well. And speaking of picking your spots well, a nice raise from Garrett takes that pot down.
More value out of the 3.
Pre-flop.
There's 2 clubs, a straight,
Yeah, I'll be
Kiwi
60
Colleen,
years
we're
old.
going to shoot Saturday night for around a 6:15 start. Please watch for notices from either Dom or I on Facebook.
Well, this
Let
is
you know.
This is a good example why you need to hit that bell, though, when you subscribe to get that notice.
And you
'Cause
can
with
still
these-
hit it, right?
and you
Even
can
if
still
you've
hit it right now.
subscribed, right? You can hit it right now.
If you haven't hit that bell for the alerts, do it now, because with the tournaments, though, guys, sometimes, we gun for 6:15, but we have a bigger turnout than planned. So sometimes during the tournaments, they may end up being an hour later because the turnout was so overwhelming, and that's a normal thing, honestly, at the reserve, and that's a good problem to have.
Yes, it is.
In my opinion. So we're gunning for that time, but there's no guarantees, because if we go over, sometimes they need all hands on deck out there. They need myself and Vic to help out on the floor, and then it's pretty much as soon as we break the tables and we can free up myself and Vic, And honestly, get it under control where sometimes Jim, can kind of at least monitor and see what's going on. It all depends on Tyler's schedule, too. That's when we can get the live stream up. So, tentative 6:15, that is our goal, like on the live stream. But with those tournaments, if we're busier than planned, you just never know. So definitely hit that alert button, hit that bell. It's right by the subscribe button. That way you can get an alert on your phone when we're going live. Like I said, this is the biggest tournament in our history, so who knows how what numbers are going to go. I'm expecting this to be huge.
Well, you're the club, though, right? Yeah.
That's a straddle or a raise?
Straddle.
All right.
Straddle from Big John. 20. Buddha's going to come in. Garrett gets out of the way with the queen 6. Now suited queen for D-Rock, queen 10 of clubs, and he makes the call. Couple of hearts for Ben. And the option is checked by Big John, so we're going to go 5-way to the flop.
100 in the middle. Ace right in the window, fought with a 9 and a queen. Couple of clubs. D-Rock just smacking it with mid pair and the flush draw.
Flops the world here.
Yeah, Buddha with top pair.
Makes it 80. Smooth call here from Derek. Now we're going to go heads up.
Blank for Derek. Good card for Buddha.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is when you want to get value. Make him pay for it. I think Buddha knows, or has an idea where Derek's at.
Derek contemplating a raise here, or nope, he's just going to make the call. Here we go to the river. And another ace. And Buddha avoided a lot of outs there for D-Rock.
You needed a glove, huh?
And he's going to take that pot down with a $310 profit.
Yeah, no, I
would have went the river, but I don't think
Buddha had a tough night Saturday night. Not only was it a tough night, but man, it seemed like he had a target on his back for the banter.
Oh, yeah.
He was getting it from every direction.
He could take it. He's a grown man.
Yeah. And I went in there after the live stream and told them, I said, it was a really good live stream. You guys had a lot of fun. It was fun to call. And MGM Bob says, well, except for how much they were berating me. And I said, Bob,
well, actually,
you didn't get it nearly as bad as Buddha did. Right? And Buddha just smiled. He says, I can take it. A little quiet here as we usually see on Tuesday nights. You got to join us on Thursday nights, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to hear some great banter going on. And here's the nemesis in the cutoff for Garrett. He's going to raise it up to 35, and Derek, King, Queen offsuit. In position, he's going to raise it up. I like this.
She came in. A couple other people came in and started playing. I don't know how late it went. Patrick, do you know how late it went?
The latest check.
No. Oh, that was.
We got a deuce 6-4 board. King Jack versus Queen Jack.
Check.
I'm sorry, Queen King. Take that back.
Yeah, that was probably midnight. I was here for that.
No, Thursday. I was thinking Thursday.
75. Oh, get on straight.
Both players showing the straight. The nemesis breaks even, though it was behind the whole way.
Yeah, and some smiles there from both these players. Playing the board, chopping it up.
I never would have.
What do you do if he raises? You're the one that's going to have to shove him more often. I don't, unless I got like 8-7 suited or ace off.
You look like an angle shooting now, Gary?
The OG's back.
The angle shooting now? I have a couple of good ones.
I had one the other day. Casino playing. Told the guy, "You bet you win." So he bet.
That's a good one.
Yes.
And then I re-raised him, and he
You
called.
bet you win.
I take it he didn't win. Did he have anything to say after that hand?
He said that was an angle, wasn't it?
35.
And Jake bumps up to 35 with ace queen. OG John coming along with pocket sixes, heads up action. Deuce, 9, 3, rainbow board.
You won't get another
A little
shot.
bit everywhere. Mostly probably Toledo.
Jake continuing to put the pressure on.
Hollywood.
Quick call from the OG. Another deuce. And now with the check from Jake, OG basically saying, yep, see that C-bet through. Think I'm good here.
Brian has his card trick.
If you want to float one more, it's going to cost you 100.
Turn it over, turn it over.
Jake makes the fold. OG gathers the chips.
So your card's up already. And then he goes,
Standard poker between two experienced players.
here's your card.
Yeah, green dog there, there.
I mean, it's
That's like, I never did that for real money. That's somebody cares.
Fun stuff.
Playing the bottom spot. I can do them all.
Here it is.
And here it is. Here's our bomb pot. And this will kick off the power hour for tonight. The power hour here at live streams at the reserve on the cash games mean that we start to see some bet sizing increasing, as well as the range is opening up. But first, everybody's in for 25 bucks. The pot is at 200. Everybody's going to get 4 cards. Bomb pot button is on Buddha, so the action's going to start with Lumpy. Double board bomb pot.
Fast Eddie.
So Eddie's going to get the burn, and here comes the flop for the first board. And now another flop.
It's an action board before we see the cards Vix.
Yeah.
7, 6, 5.
No
couple
kidding.
Of spades. Got a 5, Jack 3. I mean, this is a type of board where you could see a scoop possibly. Man, Lumpy. Getting great hand at the start, but nothing to really go along with it. Pocket aces, and you're suited.
150.
Multiple straight options for a low and a high board. Nothing.
Jake's going to bet this out. He's got 2 pair in his hand.
D-Rock with 6, 4, 3 in his hand. Open ender on the top. Also has, mid pair with an open ender on the bottom.
OG John's already got the straight with 8-4 on the bottom.
Yeah, has a gutter on the top too.
D-Rock.
OG's got it with 9-8. He's got the nuts.
Oh, he does have 9-8. You're right. Yes. 150 to Ben to call, but he lets that go. Now we're going to go heads up.
Yeah, Jake in his mind too. He's got pocket 8, so he's got blockers. But surprisingly so,
Right now,
OG still has it.
Yeah.
And now Jake gets the straight on the top with Queen 8. Bet 9 on the river. So both these players will chop this pot after we see all the cards.
150.
Jake's going to just try to scoop this thing, see if he can get OG off his hand. With the 3 spades getting out there. OG, though, also hit the straight on the top with 8-7 on the low end. So he's thinking he's got to be good on one of the 2.
8-9 up top.
8-9 up top. He's got the straight down low.
Yeah, so,
There.
yep, chop, chop. Grandma in the house on the message board. Hello, Grandma. Hope all is well.
I flopped straight up there.
And we're getting close to 150 likes if you're tuned in and if you haven't hit that like button. We're getting, wow, we're going above and beyond our goal. Thank you so much for your participation. And he's making sure he's get the chips right for this. Chop pot. Action board though, Vic, like we said, right when we saw it. I mean, I knew right away there was going to be something going on there.
Thanks for betting the flop.
And that was okay.
No, I didn't hand that off.
I didn't mean to say that. He says that that club draw on the turn.
I had the bottom end straight. And
You check, and I'm not
open
gonna
ended
check.
with 2 pair on the bottom, but I just was like, the top was dead.
Right.
Not knowing where I was on the other one. Bold and get out.
Get something.
Yeah.
Basic strategy, right?
Just don't raise.
Yeah, just don't raise.
Thanks for coming out tonight, Ed. That's what I'm here for.
Jake hasn't seen anybody too excited about their hands, so he decides on the button to go ahead and raise. Going to make it 35. OG John with an ace. And he goes ahead and makes the call. Buddha doesn't want any part of it. So we're going to go heads up here to the flop. Ace 4 versus ace 7.
Couple of jacks with a 9.
Jake's still in the lead, but he check. Jake hits his 7, but OG John bets it for him. And they're going to go check. By virtue of that 7.
Hey, Jake's going to take down that pot.
Jake takes down that pot, yeah.
He's been getting a lot of those little, but they're starting to add up. You can see his chip stack. He's had a couple of big pots too, but he's hit about 8 or 9 small ones. And yeah, when you hit that many, those add up quick. $80 here, $80 there. Times that by 10, you're 800 ahead.
I want to think Franken might get one. I might challenge that one. I don't know.
Check it out.
Think about it.
Check it out. It's probably on Google.
Garrett now. Here, this is what we're talking about in the power hour. 6-2 of hearts, and he's going to raise it up to 50. And Queen Jack of diamonds. Ben makes the call. Big John stud on the button. King Queen offsuit, and he's going to raise it up. This is the typical power hour hand we're looking at, Tom.
I know Vic's been dying to say that all night. He loves it.
And there's a call from Garrett. And Ben gets out of the way.
Oh my! Here comes the wide open ranges.
Took off all his clothes and jumped in the
Ace,
tank.
5, Jack, couple of spades.
I don't know which one it was that.
Neither player hit that. OG does have a gut shot. I'm sorry, Big John Stud does have a gut shot the Broadway, so he's going to see bet it and in position on the button. That makes a difference.
I thought he jumped in and grabbed the fish and tried to run out or something.
That might have been a different one.
They've done that at Bass Pro though too before, right?
Steal a fish?
No, like jump in. They
Jump in,
Yeah, they jump in the big tank. I see that.
I think that one wasn't
Got 25 minutes left. They took the fish?
one where he jumped in naked or something.
Evidently none of
The
them
cops
fish
came
like
and he was swimming away from the cops.
I'd like to be that guy. I'm not getting in there.
Oh, right, yeah. You don't even want to tackle him when he comes out, right?
Get some guy's wet pecker.
Yeah, Grandma saw what you said there and just sent a note off to
Woman cock.
remind OG.
25.
We do not allow food at the table here at the reserve, whether it's the cash game, the live stream, or tournament. We like to keep our tables, our chips, our cards, and our dealers as clean as possible.
All right, let him live.
And here's a $25 button straddle. Big John, this is definitely opening up a range for him. Coming in with 10-8 offsuit. OG John checks his option.
Yeah, not a lot for either player there. Now the 10 does come into play. It gives Big John Stud a pair and a flush draw.
I'm too sore. I went to the chiropractor today.
And Big John Stud takes that one down pretty easy.
My wife don't care as long as they're ugly. Morgan's so pretty.
Jason, there was probably a decision made about the feeder table for Thursday night based on all of the other things that we've got going on with Day 1A.
Yeah.
There is also a tournament, another tournament going on, and then the live stream, and just kind of stretching our resources a little thin there. So there will be a list if there's enough players, but they won't be at a feeder table.
Okay, the massage is done.
Didn't even say anything, just laughed.
And I'm really glad you did bring that up so that we could share that with everybody. The next live stream again Thursday night, and then this Saturday we'll be live streaming Day 1C starting at around 6 o'clock. We'll be doing a feature table, taking that as late as we can go, but I'm pretty sure we'll take it down to playing the final 10% that make it on to Day 2.
Dinner with the woman and
Then next Tuesday, right back here again with the 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game.
under the table, he said, "No, my wife just walked in the door."
Yeah, Thursday's going to be a busy day.
Speaking of masseuses,
Just don't worry when she gives you a massage, you put your wife's face on. You know? That way you can't get mad.
See if Buddha's going to raise this up and how big. Pocket tens in the cutoff and makes it 60.
Yeah, you probably got it over.
I do. Good button.
Shows the tens.
And then on king queen. Suited.
And Chosen One, we'd greatly appreciate, I think, a VPIP. One more shot of that tonight with 45 minutes to go. And there you have it. OG John, Garrett, Lumpy,
See, the thing about this live stream, Johnny,
and Ben at the top of that. But OG John clearly ahead of everybody's VPIP with 63%. Big John Stud, but we've talked about this before, 24, 25%. 27%, you're still mixing it up pretty well.
Yeah.
In these hands, in these games.
Oh, it wasn't coming from me.
Oh, whatever, Eddie. Where'd Cam go? He left?
He lost.
I didn't even see him.
That's probably a good thing.
Oh, man. Hope he's feeling better.
But hey, Garrett's here though.
Yeah, I'm not chopped liver or what?
Jake now with Ace King offsuit.
Absolutely.
Big John Stud needs 80 to call. He's got 10-8 of diamonds. Seems like he just had 10-8. Lumpy also has 10-8, but it's not suited. Let's see if he comes along.
Thank you, though. Next time, okay? All right.
That was Morgan in the house.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah, Jake getting a premium here. Big John Stud is going to come along with the 10-8 suited, the shimmy.
And here comes the flop.
And we got a queen deuce 6 board.
115.
Nothing really for Big John Stud to hang his hat on here. Really just trying to get a read on Jake. Was this a power hour raise pre-flop, or does he really have cards to back it up? And the decision is, I don't want to find out. 135 likes, and we've got about 45 minutes to go. About 20, what did I say, $25,000 on the table tonight for our 5-5-10 no limit home game, and that's got to get us at least 15 more likes, get us to 150 before closing
Boom.
time. We want to thank everybody. We really appreciate everybody's participation. You are the reason we are here, and you are the reason we continue to come and bring you poker action from the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio.
And once again, D-Rock is up actually 3,700 because we changed his name. And if you're just tuning in looking at that, we had to change the name from Derek the D-Rock because that's his nickname. At the time, he had 3,100 in front of him, so it's going off that. But he's in the game for only 2,000, so he is profiting 3,700 right now, having himself a night at the top of the leaderboard, Vic.
Three-handed.
Yeah, ace, jack, 6. Nobody hits anything.
No. See who wants to get aggressive here. Everybody checks it around, so we get a free card and another jack.
King high still in the lead with the 7. Barely, but the 7 does play.
Big John Stud. Good use of his table image here. And he takes that pot down.
I was saying Big John Stud.
Yep, I do.
I like to see it.
$137 likes, just 13 more to go. And as we talked a little bit ago about things changing up a little bit from the norm on our live streams, it's great if you subscribe, but it's even better after you subscribe if you hit that bell. Then you will get notifications when we're coming on. Watch for updates from Dom and I going over these next few weeks on Facebook. And for all of our tournament satellite action, go to thereservepoker.com. Here we go, heads up.
3-5 deuce, rainbow board. Got shot in a couple overs for Garrett.
35.
OG with a pair of 3s. Gut shot to the wheel himself. Man, a 4 would be an action card. And we get a queen of diamonds.
San Francisco.
6 outs for Garrett. And that is not one of them. So OG John continuing to represent here.
It dropped real fast, though.
Bet of 75 and a quick fold there from Garrett.
Immediately, like, one.
Yeah, that's what I seen too.
Thing is, generally, you want to go with who has the best quarterback, which is obviously Kansas City.
Can't bet against KC in the postseason. Pretty
Well,
much.
I'm not betting.
Yeah, you can't bet against them in the postseason. Every time. You built for it.
You'll lose.
Yeah, no lose.
Yeah.
I had money line bet on FanDuel. I took Kansas City and Detroit, and when Detroit didn't go for the first field goal, I cashed out right then.
Smart man. Nice.
I cashed out right then. Was 9-1. I only had 50 to win like 460.
What was the cash out option?
Huh?
What was the cash out option?
282.
Nice.
I took it. Yeah,
Good move.
Yeah.
I just knew the momentum was going to change.
I think the momentum changed when the ball went up the defender's face.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
49ers got lucky.
Yeah, on to another subject.
Yeah, you can't talk about the Lions.
Who wants to
Too
watch
soon.
some poker when we've got Buddha playing the Dolly Parton 9-5 and he hits a 9 right on the flop?
Right.
OG John trying to figure out where he's at. Quick $10, quick call.
I like the one where he's playing
8 of clubs doesn't help anyone. Actually, I'll take that back. Buddha does get a gut shot, makes his hand a little stronger.
Being aggressive with
And
guys there.
Buddha's still in the lead with the 9-5.
With that being said,
I got a 9.
pretty dumbfounded. Didn't get a field goal.
A win is a win.
The second
Buddha
one,
takes that
right
one
at,
down.
like, 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, 7 something, I think, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first one was probably worse.
Nice
Yeah,
hand, Buddha.
Griffin has got a little quiet so far. We can't guarantee anything on the power hour.
I would say this is the most mild first half of the power hour.
This is it's
but
been
it's
pretty
not
mild.
over.
So
Yeah.
you're up, what was it?
Maybe they're just sandbagging.
24-7.
Ain't over till it's over.
Why the hell would you gamble there? It's so
Usually we see a
annoying.
couple stacks going in.
Take the
But yeah,
three
Griffin, I could definitely agree with you.
Yep.
Then everyone just fell apart.
Nothing here we can control because this is unadulterated poker, ladies and
When your
gentlemen.
back's against
Yes.
the wall, okay. You need the extra
Ben
points,
now,
then go
Pocket
for it.
King's been pretty
Don't be a
quiet.
chicken, go ahead and
Of late, having a good night, raising it up to 50 now.
another 3 makes a big difference. You don't need another 7.
Ace Queen on the button.
It's totally different how San Francisco has
And
to
Big
play.
John's going to raise this up
Yeah.
150.
and make it 150.
They have them on their heels sometimes at that point. And then he did it again later.
Back around to Ben.
Got those two
Do you
big
call?
sticks, we'd have been up
Do you
by
3-bet?
60 in the
4-bet?
game.
400.
And he 4-bets at 400.
I thought, 9 to 1, I'll put $50 on it.
Yeah, big hand alert here.
Still a great season for the Lions. Like that's definitely a great season.
Absolutely.
Putting the pressure on in a big way.
Yeah, I'll say this. Ben is definitely a player when he 4-bets. From his table image, from the hands you've seen, it's normally not a player you want to come along with Ace Queen.
At the end of the season.
Yes.
Chiefs get the revenge. It's Super Bowl.
Big John Stud with the game face on. Let's go casually.
We've
Nice
got a
goal.
new viewer asking what the power hour is. The power hour is something that's just in the heads of myself and Dom. What we typically see, and we've been doing this for quite some time with these cash game live streams, is that when we get down to the final hour, whether it's a 5-hour live stream or 4-hour live stream, there seems to be a sense of urgency that kicks in with players, particularly those that are behind, trying to make up some lost ground. They know that they've only got a certain amount of time. It's not like Pledge Week. It's just
Right.
something that we made up that really isn't on the schedule.
True.
But it
Typically, we see a couple stacks going in. The action, you see a little bit more 3-4 betting pre-flop, and we did just see that now. Big John Stud did get away from his Ace Queen, made a nice fold pre-flop.
I like what he calls it, the bailout. The bailout at the end of the night.
Yes,
I
can go
like
with
it.
that.
That's a good way to describe
I like it.
what we call the power hour. And now back over to OG John, and he's going to check his option. D-Rock with pocket sixes, and we're going to go heads. We're going to go 4-way to the flop. 3 of those players have an ace.
Yeah, and we have a 9-6-5 board right now. Set of sixes for D-Rock firmly in the lead. A couple of players have gut shot straight draws. OG John with bottom pair. The other 3 all have an ace with it.
A bet of 50.
Well, OG is going to keep him honest. And now a 3 of clubs comes on the turn. Check mark for D-Rock.
And against any other player, you're looking at that 3 thinking, I'm good here, I'm really good here, but you're against OG. So you've got to proceed with some caution, particularly when you put a bet out of 140 and then OG decides to make the call, because now he needs an ace or no, he doesn't need anything.
Actually,
D-Rock
it
does
was
have
a
it
good
locked
thing
up.
that OG did not hit a 5 or an ace.
Yeah.
Let's see if D-Rock can get some value on here. There's 485 in the middle. And OG just doesn't look like he believes him. He's going to pay him off.
Wow.
D-Rock's going to get an $1,100 pot going his way with the set of sixes. Nice hand, D-Rock, with the run good.
It's been a while since we've seen D-Rock in the house here. Just had a baby a couple weeks ago. Got his hands full. He's doing a shout-out to his wife, Mackenzie.
Yeah. He's up 4,300 right now.
And there's a lot of diaper money there in front of him. He's having a really good night.
Free roll on the diapers.
Got to see Garrett come in and play again. Haven't seen him in a while. Unfortunately, not a great night for Garrett. And Cam, who left a little early tonight. Just a tough night for Cam. Cam, we hope you come back soon. Always enjoy having you play here at the Reserve, particularly on the live stream. You are a very strong player, and we appreciate watching the action that you provide.
Pocket Kings for Lumpy, and he's limping in for
Limping
$10.
In.
That's okay.
All right. Kings versus 3-4 versus Jack 7, and here's the flop.
And we have a 10-9-5 board. Gut shot for D-Rock. And checks around. Now Garrett hits a 4. Yep, quick folds.
Button's right.
Lumpy takes it down. Lumpy got to share those kings, give them back to the dealer.
He doesn't want to.
Yep, apparently so.
Didn't want to. Eddie had to almost pull him out of his hands. He was hoping somebody, he says, why couldn't somebody just flop something?
Big pair.
He was looking for some action
Well, you
with
got to
those kings.
spruce that
Didn't really
pot.
get it.
Spruce the pot up a little bit.
Yeah, you
Lumpy.
gotta
know,
get it.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
only $30 in the middle. They're not going to chase if there's nothing there we're chasing too.
Yeah.
I don't know if I support the limp in with kings move, especially in cash. I mean, this table will call $25 pretty much with the wide open range. At least, you know, do a little fluff.
Ben makes a raise with the ace-queen offsuit.
He's got
Nobody's
respect for
having
the
it.
table.
The bailout. The end of the night bailout not happening on that hand. Here with the Reserve Poker Club, our live stream schedule typically Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday night. Change up a little bit during our $1 million prize pool guarantee joint venture between ourselves and Mad River Poker. But if you want to be on the live stream in the cash game, it's as simple as picking up the phone. Give us a call. Looking for a little infusion of energy coming from someplace, but here we go, heads up.
I just had those things. That's a bit, I mean, other than that, I had 10.
Open-ended for Big John Stud. OG John got a piece of it, and when he gets a piece of anything, he's coming along. Oh my goodness, and now he's going to hit 2 pair.
Oop, there it is. But Big John Stud still has an open-ended straight draw, so it really doesn't change as much as you think.
Yeah,
right now. I mean, obviously that does make his jack an 8 dead, though. So it takes away some outs, but Big John Stud's going for a big hand right here. No pun intended. Yeah, he's hoping for a 7 or a queen, and there it is.
There it is.
The 7. What a great card for Big John Stud.
And it's like, could have, you went crazy and had jacks, you want this that. But it just felt like, I'll beat.
Right. Ben thought you put me on jacks.
I thought you had
The
aces
right
and kings
bet.
for sure.
He will get paid off here.
I was about to say, I think he would get paid up to 200. He bets 175.
And there's the call. And much needed pot there for Big John Stud.
I like that play.
Not a terrible night, but
It's like the ace-4 suited.
just kind of maintaining
limp raise.
a level
They don't do it
stack
They just do it with aces most of the time. So
from what he started with.
ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, limp raise. Let's do it.
Not getting stung too much.
Steady Eddie, is that what you're looking
Steady Eddie.
The trick is to only do it occasionally.
Yeah.
You get addicted to it doing it, and people start calling you light.
142 likes.
Ooh,
Half an
6
hour to
away.
go. 8 more. Get us to that 150 mark, will you please, folks? Greatly
8
appreciate
away,
it.
yeah.
And we want to thank everybody again. I don't know how many times I can say this, and I will never stop. We really, really appreciate you being a part of our show, being on the chat.
Hey, you got it. Otherwise, they're going to put you on the nuts every damn time.
Insights, opinions, experiences, all of that. Your participation is key. Well, we'd have a power hour if people would start getting maybe
I don't.
something close to a decent hand, but
Yeah, mostly.
a lot of junk folded there. And not much left for these three either.
If I play, it's like.
Here comes the flop, three-handed.
Couple of kings with a 3. 2 pair for OG.
I didn't know Fort Jennings how far Cincy was.
Yeah, it's almost 2
hours.
And that was just no one else got even a whiff of that, so
Everything's a
bet,
drive.
fold, take down.
Where do you live?
Fort Jennings,
On Thursday night, our max buy-in is 2,000.
My brother had one.
Thursdays and Saturday nights for our live streams. Max buy-in is 500. Those 2 live streams are 1-3 no limit hold'em cash games. Thursday night is now a 5-hour live stream like this one. Saturday night's a 4-hour live stream. And if you're just joining us, the news is for this Saturday we will not have a cash game live stream, but day 1C for the Millie begins at noon. And at some point in the evening, we will be going with a live stream for a feature table for that flight.
Echo.
First 75.
$75 to go from Ben with Queen 10 suited on the button.
Hoping I can at least fire a couple of balls in this tournament.
And another walk for Ben.
I don't know. Let's see.
Trying to wear out, man.
You got 3 weeks, 3 days each.
Yeah.
It's worth
He's
it.
gonna turn this table image up and maybe do a
I
last
play quite a bit of tournaments.
down bluff. So we're in our final half an hour of the live stream.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
It's a real thing.
You know, I'm really impressed with
Isn't that the truth?
Ben's play.
I always have the Jeff run good every time he buys any action. I mean, on tournaments, I just seem like I just go deep every time. It's like, oh, sweet.
D-Rock now, King 10 of spades. Expect a raise, and there it is, 35. Big John Stud in the small blind gets out of the way.
I don't know. I think me and Cam
But OG John coming in with what we call the Moose,
Yeah.
8-5. And
We have-
Buddha going to make the call as well, so we're going to go 3-handed to the flop.
Yeah, 110 in the middle. And we have a 6-3 deuce board. Ace high, still in the lead.
They're going to check it around to a free card, and the board pairs.
Now OG's trying to put on his bluffing shoes. Bets 55. Half pot. D-Rock gets out of the way. Same with Buddha. Not enough in there that really want to chase anyone down with.
And OG John having a strong night tonight. It did not start out that way for him. And you can see from the VPIP earlier, he's really been
He's been
either
active.
in the action or driving the action
Yes.
for most of the hands.
Better get on it.
I know.
It's already 10:30. Half hour left.
Those of you who just heard Buddha say it's 10:30, just a reminder, this is a 15-minute delay. All the players that come to play in the live stream here are required to put their phones and their smartwatches up on the shelf, and then there is a 15-minute delay.
And we're watching it the same time you're watching it, though.
Yes, Dom and I are seeing this just as you're seeing it, and all of this action
Ladies.
happened 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago, Buddha woke up in the big blind with pocket queens.
135. D-Rock has been taking the bait. He's been staying aggressive, but he's not getting married to hands. OG, though, with 8-7 offsuit, he's going to try to crack the ladies. Got heads-up action now, 350 in the middle. And we have a couple of 9s with an ace on the flop. Not what you would tend for when you got the ladies from Buddha. He checks it back. And now a 7 for OG. So he's going to see where he's at. Bets 50.
And a quick call here from Buddha. Not an action card for Buddha, as it's the third club coming on the board. But he does take the pot down. It goes to showdown. By my math, which isn't always that great, looks like a $25,000 on the table here tonight. 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash game.
Yeah, I see Michael P is talking about wanting to play. Says he'd like to play for 5K, and I love to hear that, Mike P.
Yeah.
Well, just to let you know, it's a 2,000 max, but it's also a match to stack. So as soon as someone gets up to 5,000 of your choosing, you can definitely add on up to that amount. So yeah, all you got to do is call the reserve. Use your
$20
voices back there.
$25 straddle, and Buddha wakes up with the nemesis. Decides with King Jack, gets out of the way, but Lumpy's going to call with 10-7 of clubs, and Lumpy is definitely one of those players looking to make bailout here in the last half hour. But D-Rock having a great night, waking up now with pocket aces, raises it up.
150 to go.
Would you have that hand, like ace jack, ace king? Quick, which one?
And Lumpy was like, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
A little frustration here for Lumpy here tonight.
Yeah, I figured 300 might have been a better price, but you probably had days.
King's right.
146 likes. Who's going to be number 150?
Yeah, 4 likes away from hitting the 150 mark. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Not only heads up for your money, he's got position on me, so.
Actions on Ben. That 10-7 of clubs.
And I like this from Ben. He's been raising and getting folds throughout the night. Now he's mixing up with 10-7 suited, a hand you're not normally putting him on.
Big John Stud, ace-10, gets out of the way.
That's respect.
Lumpy now with the nemesis in the small blind, out of position, folds.
And again, Ben raises and the table folds. This has been a theme in the last hour.
Sure has, and he shows. And I like that he showed, because he typically doesn't show his hands.
I think he needs to. I think he kind of got the memo.
Yes.
Like, hey, I raised it like 4 times in the last hour. Everyone's folded to me. I think I got a little tight image.
Yeah.
Let's bump it up here, and if everyone folds, let's show 10-7 suited. I think that's a well-done play by Ben. Hopefully that'll loosen the table up a little bit when he's in the hand.
Jake having a decent night, but just of late, not really seeing the cards. His VPIP is quite low, but I think it warrants the kind of cards he's been seeing tonight. He's been playing pretty much when he's got good opportunities, choosing his spots, and now one of the lowest pre-flop pots we've seen in a long time, $40. And hearts for Garrett and Lumpy.
Yeah, a little bit of everything here. 2 players flop a flush draw. D-Rock with a gut shot, backdoor diamonds. And now a 6.
Lumpy's got the straight here.
Yeah, and D-Rock does pick up a double belly buster, but he's going to get out of the way. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Nope,
I saw
that
cards
was-
fly. I thought that was D-Rock's
Yeah,
hand.
that was Garrett getting out of the way, not sticking around for the flush draw. Derek, not a believer.
Yeah, 7 or a jack would have gotten him there. He missed.
And this is where it's been kind of tough for Lumpy tonight. Trying to get some value when he's got the hands.
I was a little worried. I thought, man, if you got 7-9, got the big.
Queen should or the heart should show up.
148 likes. We are close. And we've got about 20 minutes left to go here tonight. TheReservePoker.com. That's our website. A lot of things going on here now over the next couple of weeks at the Reserve. Please go to TheReservePoker.com. Not only do you get to see all of the information regarding the flights, but we're still going on with a number of our tournaments. And all of that information is right there.
Yeah.
I urge you to take a close look at February 11th for the Super Bowl party. It's a great value, going to be a lot of fun. Dom and I are looking at a situation where because of the Lions game this weekend, things were a little slow filling up, but I think now that's going to fill up pretty quickly, and it's limited to 100. Buddha now
100. Raised to 100.
coming in with the ace-10 of diamonds, but Ben looking down at kings, and he's going to raise it up to 100. OG John doesn't need a bailout, but he wants to come along anyway. This might price Buddha in, and it does. Buddha makes the call. We're going to go 3-handed to the flop.
And we got a 7-3-10 board, couple of clubs.
350.
And this could be a this is a big hand alert here. Ben with the over pair, but Buddha flopping top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, things that make you say, 350 is the bet. In early position.
She bluffed me this
And Buddha
Nice
shows,
fold, Buddha.
lays it down. And that's a nice fold, and he's going to have to wait
I'm glad Ben's not showing his hand on that one.
until the ride home when he can rewatch the live stream to see what that hand was.
Ben's going to pick up about 235 though there. At least getting some action with his hands now after showing that 10-7 suited. So mission accomplished.
Returns probably
Kiwi
ace.
Colleen, you are right. We want to thank everybody. Got us to 153 likes. Doesn't mean we can't get to 160. We still got some time. Tuesday night staple for us here at the Reserve 5-5-10 no limit hold'em cash game, and now OG John doing a $20 straddle.
$20 straddle.
Oh, Kiwi just said we got 150 likes. We're at 153. Amazing.
Right.
Big John Stud now looking at a suited ace. Makes a call over the OG.
He's gonna check his option. We're gonna go 3-handed to the flop.
And we have a 6-9 Queen board Vic Rainbow, just like your Lucky Charms.
50.
Great cereal.
Tonight's buy-in was 1,000 to 2,000 with a match. Got about $26,000 here on the table tonight. basis my math could be plus or minus in that area. We started out with 9 players, lost 1 player. We're down to 8. The buy-in for Thursday night on our regular our no-nit Thursday, that is a 1-3 no-limit hold'em cash game. That's a max buy-in of 500.
Vic, speaking of Lucky Charms, what is your go-to cereal?
Well, I won't bore you with my saga, but I am gluten-free now.
Okay.
So I go with the rice checks or the corn checks.
I am actually a rice Chex guy.
Yeah.
And it's a boring cereal, but I think it tastes great.
Yeah. Used to be Honey Nut Cheerios, and those are gluten-free. But
I was a kid, though. I loved the Trix. It was probably the worst cereal probably for your health. And I loved the multiple flavors. Used to get that spoon that would change colors. The box.
Here we go to the flop.
We got a 10-5-3 rainbow board. Ace high, still the lead for Lumpy.
And he checks it. We've talked about this tonight.
Ooh,
this has
look
not
at
been
that turn card.
I know.
OG getting not only just, he gets a double belly buster with the flush draw. A 4 or an 8 will get him a straight.
And Lumpy let him get there. All he needed to do was a continuation bet. I'm pretty sure he would have been folding. But now OG John puts out the bet and gets the other 2 players to fold and takes that pot down.
Hey, he didn't have a made hand yet. Took it down with 9 high. Little semi-bluff. This is an OG move from the OG, the original gangster of poker in the Toledo area. Been doing this for years.
15 ounce. That's pretty good. Double gutter and flush draw. All I got's 2 overs.
You didn't have a gutter OG. You had a double belly buster, buddy.
He said he had 15 outs.
Yeah, he had.
Well, he had the flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that Disney song, I Can Show You the World. That's what he had.
Limpers galore here, including Garrett with the ace-queen of diamonds. Looking to see if anybody raises this up so he can come in over the top.
Hey, what's going on here? We got king, jack, queen, jack. We got the shimmy. We got ace, queen suited and 4s. Yeah, there we go. Finally, someone's juicing it up a little bit.
Juicing it up, and I don't think Garrett's going to sit still here.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
making the call.
Ben wants to try to smack a set here.
Yes.
So we got 3 players going to the flop, 265 in the middle. And there it is for Ben.
Wow.
Hitting bottom set. OG John with top pair, the Nemesis. Holding true to its name, by the way. The first ever Reserve live hoodies will be available Thursday at the Reserve. The Nemesis.
There's a smooth call from Ben.
Oh, what a money card
Wow.
for Ben. Big hand alert, folks. Top 2 pair versus bottom set. Clash of the Titans in the power
Man.
hour.
275.
And I think with the straight and the flush draw out there, Ben might be juicing this one up.
Reaching for a handful of black chips there. Those are the $100 ones. And he's just going to make the call. Very interesting
If this
here,
is a
Don.
blank here,
Wow.
and that you talk about a blank,
Yes.
a deuce. I mean, you're probably not putting someone on 5-3, so I think it's safe to say that's a blank.
And it's not a diamond. No flush draw out there. OG John coming in with a bet. 450.
Might make this a straight 1,000.
Young Ben.
A 1,500.
1,500.
There it is, 1,500.
Good call there, Dom. He's going to raise this up to 1,500. And a call. A bit reluctant, but a call. And those 4s, oh my goodness.
And the Nemesis getting you in trouble again. The Nemesis staying
Big
true.
pot here for this young man.
Ben, nice hand, buddy.
Ben coming to us for the second time in 2 weeks. First time was
But if I
2
re-raise
weeks
my
ago
flop,
from
Yeah, I
Rochester
re-raised my
Hills.
flop, it looks really strong.
There's no flush draw straight draw out there. There's no reasonable flush draw. I think you did it just right, but
That could be also in the running for the Victory Cigar hand of the night. Earlier we saw Buddha with Ace-King offsuit against Ace-King suited and queens, and it was a big pot already. He was second to act, went all in, and he got that Ace-King suited from Cam and the queens from Derek to fold. That was one of the, I guess, smarter hands we've seen tonight. It was a big pot.
Yeah, it's always good to get lucky.
But then, of course, the biggest pot of the night went to Derek against Cam. Cam trying to represent exactly what Derek had.
Yeah, I think, by the way, OG just reloaded it and added on. I saw a bunch of 500 chips going on the table. So a lot more money in play. Yeah, he's at 7,500 right now in front of him. So he's coming back to get his chips back. Yep, 4 deuce suited. It's good enough. Here we go. Buckle up, folks. Three players now going to the flop, and we have a 5-7 ace board, couple of diamonds. 2 players hitting top pair with their aces, and OG John hits a gut shot, straight draw. And he leads out for 50.
And a smooth call from both aces here.
And now a 4 of diamonds gives Big John Stud a diamond draw.
But they check it around in a free card.
Yeah, and that turn card gave even Lumpy a gut shot, gave OG a pair, so it gave all players some more outs to improve themselves. But Queen of Hearts on the river, and Big John Stud's going to take down that pot right there.
defy gravity. Yeah. I tried to learn how to do that. I saw on a YouTube video. Somehow or another, it like squeezes it and it pops
Wow,
up.
it's funny. We talked about the power hour starting off the first half hour. Pretty slow for the power hour. This last, 20 minutes because we got about 10 minutes left. The second half has really picked up steam, Vic. And we just saw OG up his stack to 7,500 in front of him, so he's added on more. So there's a lot of money on this table. A lot of action to be had. Once again, remember, Derek, though, is in the lead on profit share. There's a little mishap there, so he is actually in the game for only 2,000. So he's up 4,100 right now.
Yeah.
In first place, but
total money on the table is close to 30 grand now. One of the reasons we see such a great turnout for this game on Tuesday nights in terms of the live chat is because of the action. And tonight has been no different. Pocket jacks, raise, and he gets 3 callers. So here we go, 4-handed to the flop.
And we got a 4-7 deuce board, couple of clubs, and bottom set for Jake, and then an overpair for Big John Stud.
Garrett,
open-ended.
open-ended.
Open-ended, yeah.
Yeah, look at this.
A little bit of everything. Big hand alert, folks. We could see action here.
2 guys walking down the sidewalk. 175. They look up in the yard, they see a dog that's laying there.
And if I'm Jake right now, I don't know if I just want to smooth call this. And if you look at the hands, you really don't want a smooth call if Garrett's coming in, and he is.
Try betting him first.
760 in the middle. There it is.
There it is. Jake's going to...
It always bothers me if I'm in a hand if someone does a casual raise and it's always the big chip. And right now it's the big chip. They just casually flick it out, raise.
That is the big chip.
They don't even take time to break down a stack or anything.
Right.
Like throw in one of those good, pretty ones. I'm Big John Stud with 1,500 behind me, though, I either want to shove or fold here, just because you'll have just over 1,000 back. And what do you do on a turn with this wet of a board? I mean, if a queen, ace, king come, are you still going to be committed? You don't know you're going against a set.
This is a tough spot.
Yeah, it's just a call. You really don't know where you're at still when the turn comes. I definitely don't blame him for thinking this out. This is a tough decision here. And he folds. Nice fold by Big John Stud. Folding the overpair.
Open-ended. This is definitely an opportunity for Garrett. It's part of the power hour to bail out from a tough night, so he's going to make this call.
Oh, 1,600 now in the middle heads-up action.
He's got 5 outs.
And he hits it on the turn.
He hits it.
The 8 of diamonds gives Garrett the straight.
All in from Jake, and this is going to be a snap call from Garrett.
That's what I'm thinking.
Big hand, big hand, big hand. And these are now Jake's outs.
Not over.
It's not over.
He needs to fade the board, the pair.
Good night. Every time.
And then, runner, eights. Full house for Jake. And the King of Cleveland wins a big one late.
Wow.
Power Hour's been revving up, folks, in the last 30 minutes. Started off slow, and we have seen
Every time I'm in a spot like that.
humongous hands in the last 10 minutes on this live stream. $4,100 pot going Jake's way. He's going to profit $2,200. He's up to $5,300 total.
Big hand. And we're coming up now on the last hand of the night, which is a bomb pot. Kiwi Colleen, thank you for those kind words. Chris Roberg, thank you very much.
Yeah,
we appreciate your feedback.
Appreciate you. Smash that like button. We're up to 156. Love
Get
it,
us
guys.
to 160. That would be great. In the meantime, we've got a bomb pot. Everybody in for $25. And now we are 7-handed.
I wonder what's going to transpire, too.
So 175 in the pot. Adam in the box.
And these stacks are deep in front of these players, folks. And, well, we got 6, 9, 8, ace, jack, deuce, all hearts.
Those are two different boards, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to sweep. And look at Buddha flopping the queen high flush.
And 2 pair on the bottom.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of everything there.
But he's going to check that.
Sorry, where are we at?
We checked. I checked.
Check.
And D-Rock flops a 10 high flush on one board.
Check around.
You got a straight for Jake with 7-5. Also, Jake added a flush draw with his 7-5 for the straight.
Drop all these.
Right now, it looks like Buddha and Jake have the best on one of the two boards, and Buddha's going to lead out for 2 1/4.
After knocking the Buddha down.
Yeah, you don't knock the Buddha down, Buddha. Come on. Etiquette.
He had to stick with the bet of the pot.
Now, isn't Buddha, though, you don't put money first? I know he's dropping some tip chips for the dude who's doing it deep, but don't you pick up the Buddha these first, lay it back up front before you drop?
I would think so. Jake now has the straight on the bottom with the 7-5, as well as a flush draw down there. Big John Stud gets out of the way, and we're going to go heads up. And here comes the river.
And, yeah, just chop pot right now. 525 in the middle.
Flush on the top for Buddha. And the straight on the bottom for Jake.
got straight on the top and nothing.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't bother betting.
All right.
And so they're going to chop this up.
Yeah. Well, Vic, that was an eventful live stream. As you see, Ben's up 3,800. D-Rock is up 4,100. Like I said, we changed his name mid-live stream to his poker alias name. So he's in the game actually for 2,000, not 3,100. So D-Rock is the leader tonight, but Ben with another monster showing. Jake with a late surge up 2,800. So really, 3 players killed it tonight. Also, Buddha can't be too sad, up 800 at the end of the night. So another fun live stream here on our Tuesday night 5-5-10 no limit game. And Vic went over it. We are going to be back on Thursday with our No Knit Thursday, $500 max buy-in. But we have a tournament coming up, Vic.
We've got a big tournament coming up. It is the Millie, the $1 million prize pool guarantee with a $200,000 first place guarantee. February 1st, Thursday morning, the doors open up at 11 a.m., $600 buy-in. This is a joint effort between ourselves and Mad River down in Dayton, Ohio. This information is on the reservepoker.com, but the day ones, you want to get into that top 10%, right, Tom?
Yes.
You got to make it to day 2.
Not only do you want to make it to day 2, but once again, the double bag bonuses that we have going on right now for day 2s, you can receive $3,000 for a double bag bonus, and that's why these satellites that we have coming up are so it's the best value satellite you can ask for. With $65 is our standard one. We've had one at $130, and we've also had a free roll. But our standard satellites have been $65, and we've had over 20 seats on average during these satellites, and that's going to include the one this Thursday. I don't expect anything different there.
Right.
So definitely make it in this Thursday. We're going to have our first day one. We're also going to have our satellite later that night. We're going to have our live stream. It's going to be a busy Thursday here and a lot of action. This is going to be the place to be. And once again, I want to say one more thing. If you are a new subscriber, make sure you have that bell, because we're going to also have, including this Saturday, days where we're going to be showing this tournament. But once again, supply and demand. Sometimes we're a little bit busier than planned, and that time could be altered when we're doing these tournaments. Other than the final day. The final day, that's set in stone. We're going to have feature tables set up for the very final day. That's all set. But on these day ones, sometimes we're a little bit busier than planned, and sometimes it gets pushed back just a little bit. We also have our Super Bowl tournament coming up. I want to go over that real quick if we can. That's going to be coming up. It's a $10K guaranteed prize pool tournament, and it's a $260 buy-in. This is going to include dinner and soft drinks, also a square. Squares pay $1,500 per quarter, plus $250 for squares touching the winning square. This is limited to the first 100 players, and this is filling up, folks. Sunday, February 11th at a 5 p.m. start time. Doors will open at 4 p.m. So definitely check it out. It's our 3rd annual Super Bowl party. It's a great time, great atmosphere, a lot of laughs. Myself and Vic will be here. We'll be looking forward to hanging out with everyone and dealing some cards. So once again, thanks again, guys. Vic?
Yeah.
What do you always like to say to the people?
Oh.
Yes.
Please be safe.